Test. Test.
All rise. You may be seated.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Emil C. Thompson, and I am the chair of the Public Service Commission. Seated to my left is my right is Commissioner Richard Beverly, and to my left is Commissioner Ted Trabu. For the record, today is Tuesday, December 9, 2025, and we are going to call this hybrid hearing to order in the matter before us, which is formal case number 1179, in the matter of the investigation into Washington Gas Light Company's strategically targeted pipe replacement plan, also referred to as the District Strategic Accelerated Facility Enhancement Plan, DC SAFE. This evidentiary hearing is being held to discuss the application filed by Washington Gas Light on September 27, 2024 for approval of the District SAFE Plan. The District SAFE Plan seeks authorization by WGL to undertake targeted replacement of certain vintage materials on its system and to recover the costs associated with the plan through the previously approved surcharge mechanism for WGL's accelerated pipe program. The proposed District SAFE Plan covers a period from March 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. WGL proposes one overarching program comprised of projects selected based on the system risk reduced per dollar spent and replacement activity reporting focused on 6 subcategories of identified assets for distribution mains and distribution services. WGL indicates that through its SAFE plan, the company intends to replace 12 miles of main and replace or remediate an estimated 2,612 service-only, 966 service replacements with main, and 554 service transfers in its distribution system over the 3-year plan, at a total estimated cost of $215 million. In addition, as part of the plan, the company proposes the Customer Choice Pilot Program that will provide customers with advance notice of replacement work and allow them to opt out if they intend to cease service with WGL. As you are aware, the Commission has been focusing on streamlining our proceedings to make them more administratively efficient. In Order Number 22716 and 22735, the Commission determined that an evidentiary hearing should be convened to resolve limited material issues of fact in dispute regarding the JANA risk model methodology. Specifically, Order Number 22735 states that the scope of the hearing will be limited to the JANA model's capability and its validation against actual leaked data. In a further effort to streamline the hearing, The Commission, in orders number 22716, 22737, and 22747, directed the parties to file a joint list of the party stipulations, joint cross-examination matrix, identifying the number of witnesses as well as the nature of their testimony, the amount of time anticipated for cross-examination of each witness, and whether the testimony will be virtual or in person, admissions, and a list of authenticated documents. In addition, in order number 22735, paragraph 16, the Commission put the parties on notice that we would be accepting into the evidentiary record all pre-filed testimony, exhibits, data requests, responses to those data requests, comments, affidavits, and admissions unless detailed objections were made in support of a position. The Commission also determines that there is no need to lay a foundation and authenticate exhibits on the pre-filed cross-examination exhibit lists. We do have a few housekeeping issues. First, of course, please turn off all cell phones. We don't want them to ring and disrupt the hearing. Witnesses on the bridge, please mute yourselves until you are called to testify. And lastly, on a note of conduct, given recent hearings, the Commission respects the right to express differing views, so holding signs or other methods of silent protest are permitted. However, the Commission must maintain decorum for this meeting to proceed. Any loud protests, chanting, physical intimidation, or verbal disruptions are not permitted and will result in your immediate removal from these proceedings. The parties have indicated and designated times needed. The parties have indicated designated times needed to cross-examine the witnesses, and I intend to hold the parties to their respective time limits. At this time, I will ask the parties to identify themselves for record, starting with Washington Gas Light, then People's Council, and then the interveners in alphabetical order.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. John Dodge, appearing on behalf of Washington Gas. Before I reintroduce my colleague, I'd like to take a moment on the record to welcome back to the hearing room Mr. Caldwell from OAG. We are delighted that he's back. Again, to reintroduce my colleague Garrett Lent from the law firm of Post and Shell. He will be our lead attorney today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
The Honorable Chairman Thompson, Honorable Commissioners Beverly and Trabue, good morning. I am Adeni for the DC Office of the People's Council.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honors. Brian Caldwell, Senior Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the District of Columbia Government.
Shilpa Sadasavam, Special Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the DC government.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honors. Timothy R. Oberleiten of Earth Justice on behalf of Sierra Club.
Welcome to everybody, and welcome back, Mr. Caldwell. As this is a formal evidentiary hearing, I advise the parties that pursuant to Section 134.1 of the Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure, the federal rules of evidence will be applied to this hearing regarding the submission of evidence. Because there may be a discussion regarding confidential information, the parties must notify the bench when they propose to discuss any confidential information, so I can ensure that only individuals who have signed the appropriate confidentiality agreement are present. When we enter a confidential session, we will pause the live stream and only permit access to the hearing to authorized parties. We will provide an approximate time for when others may be granted access. At this hearing, the cross-examination shall be conducted in the following order: WGL's witnesses and then OPC's witness. The party that submitted the material issue of fact and dispute shall cross-examine the witness first, followed by other parties in alphabetical order. The Commission reminds parties that their cross-examination must be related to material issues of fact in dispute as identified in Order 22747. For those witnesses participating virtually, please keep your speaker or phone muted until it is your designated turn to testify.
Thompson, Commissioners, your mandate is to advance the district climate goals and protect the residents of DC. Don't you think it's time to start doing your jobs? So far, you've given us opportunity after opportunity to listen to Washington Gas, advance their lives. You've given us a 13% rate hike, thank you. You've given us a $25 million extension of Project Pipes 2. And now, once again, we're here to let Washington Gas try to stomp all over the people of DC. commissioners that it's time to put people over Washington Gas profit. I understand, I do. Okay. And we think that the PSC should do your job, put people over profit, and reject district unsafe. This has gone on long enough. You made us wait long enough for the time that you're going to start doing your job. And we demand that it's time to get serious and do the right thing. Thank you.
Are there any questions or preliminary matters to discuss before the hearing, such as availability of witnesses, last-minute scheduling changes, or whether any party anticipates raising an objection or making a motion once the evidentiary hearing starts?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Just one item as far as order of witnesses, Mr. Chairman. You had indicated that the order will be WGL's witnesses, followed by OPC's witnesses. I did just want to correct, it's DCG's witness, Dr. Asa Hopkins, that will follow.
That
Other
is
than that,
correct.
nothing from the company.
Good morning, Your Honors. The parties, OPC and the interveners, had a discussion yesterday about who would be doing cross-examination of WGL's witnesses. Typically, it would be OPC and then the interveners in alphabetical order. With regards to witness Oliphant, OPC and DCG had agreed that DCG would go first in the cross-examination and then OPC.
We have no issue with that.
Okay. That's fine. Any other concerns regarding order of witnesses or anything of that nature? Okay. The parties have indicated that they will not be making opening or closing statements, so we can proceed directly to cross-examination.
Chairman Thompson, can't you see? What your votes have done to me?
So I think we were very, or at least I was very clear in the beginning that if you were going to make loud outbursts, you were not going to be permitted to stay. So therefore, the individuals who were just singing, can you please leave the hearing room? I would like to conduct this hearing today in an orderly fashion, but to do so, we have to be able to proceed forward in an uninterrupted fashion. Thank you. We will proceed forward. Washington Gas, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honors. At this time, Washington Gas calls Dr. Ken Oliphant to take the stand.
Excuse me, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated and put the microphone close.
Thank you. For the record again, Brian Caldwell, Senior Assistant Attorney General for the District Government. Good morning, Mr. Oliphant. I'm going to ask you some questions about how JANA produces its risk rankings for WGL's assets, okay? The JANA model that WGL uses quantifies the risks associated with each asset on WGL's system, correct?
That is correct.
And the risk is characterized as likelihood times consequence for each thing that could happen on the system, right? What are the units of likelihood?
Frequency of failure.
Okay, is that something like number of events per year? Sorry, it was a little hard to hear that response.
It's typically projected in terms of failure rate per mile per year.
Okay. And consequence, what is that?
Wishes of 22 DC organizations representing the lifeblood of DC and their call for the PSC to reject the so-called District Safe program.
Okay, sorry. Could you repeat your response to the question? I was asking about what consequences are. I didn't quite catch what your response was.
The consequence portion of the models captures the potential events across various categories which were filed in the data responses, capturing the potential outcomes that could occur on a loss of containment event or a leak on a pipeline system.
Okay. And is that, are consequences measured in terms of dollars?
Yes, they're converted to dollars as a common basis.
Okay. And what are units of risk?
The units of risk are dollars per year.
Okay.
That would be typically per asset or per mile, depending on how it's being looked at.
And you've testified regarding how the model is, the JANA model is calibrated or tuned to the asset's performance. Can you describe how the consequence values are calibrated?
There are multiple different consequence categories within the model as filed in testimony. So those are developed using Washington Gas specific data for some of the consequences in terms of the direct costs, values like property value those kind of things. So would you like me to go through all of them, or?
No, that's not necessary. We'll get into that a little bit later. But
Do your job right, and don't you push gas no more.
Ma'am, in the gray sweater, can you please leave? Excuse me, ma'am. Do you hear me? Yes. Please continue, Mr. Caldwell.
okay, thank you. So I just asked you, how the model, the JANA model is calibrated or tuned to WGL's assets performance. Who calibrates the consequence values? Is it the company?
The consequence values, depending on the consequence category that you're looking at, are for the majority provided by WGL based on experience, operating experience within their system. For health and safety and property damage, there are also models there based on the historical PHMSA incident data to calculate those probabilities in the event of a gas release and incident, what those health and safety numbers will be. And that's provided by JANA with data for the DC system as identified in my testimony.
I see. So other than health and safety, are the other consequences provided by the company? Is that or are there other ones besides health and safety?
Yes. The other consequence values are provided by WGL based on their operating experience within the system.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know what is the approximate total risk of all assets on WGL's system today, if you know, as characterized by the JANA software?
I do not know the total value that was provided by the software.
Do you have in front of you the district government's cross-examination exhibits?
You're referring to the DRs?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Can you take a look at what has been marked as DCG-1, the first exhibit?
Just to clarify, is that the order number 22003 that you're asking him to refer to?
No.
Okay.
No, it refers to your rebuttal testimony on page 15, lines 12 through 16, where we ask you to provide the most current available version of data showing calculation of risk and costs provided by the Janus solution on an asset-by-asset basis, and it lists out all assets and the approximate value for each on the system.
What is the DR number for that, sir?
That is WGL's response to DCG 7-21.
I believe that was filed by Aaron Stuber of WGL. I did not file that.
Correct, but it was referring to your testimony. And in any event, there's 4,000.
Opposing district safe? I'm sorry. The parties, okay. The parties that are actually opposing district safe include the district government, the Sierra Club, OPC. What you're doing is you're impeding their ability to be able to put on a case. I have to listen to the questions that they're asking the witness and process that myself. The counsels for the opposing parties, or the opposing parties' counsels, need to be able to formulate their questions to be able to adequately challenge what Washington Gas is doing. If you keep interrupting everything that they do, you're actually undermining what you're trying to achieve. So I'm just trying to point that out. This is not going to help in disrupting the proceeding. You're just going to drag it out, and you're going to make it more difficult for people to make a case, if they can, against Washington Gas. So I think that what you're doing is counterproductive. This is not a endorsement of what Washington Gas is doing. I've written what I think about the Project Pipes plans in the past. I've not changed my mind on any of that, so I'm not trying to undermine what you're doing. It's just you're interrupting and undermining your own interest here. So I just thought I'd say that. I don't think you're helping.
Apologies. Before the witness answers the question, he will have copies of the DR responses that he is responsible for with him on the stand. So if there's going to be a reference to a DR response sponsored by another witness, I'd ask that he be provided a copy.
Okay, I provided electronic copies of the DR responses that I'm referring to. I don't have paper copies of them. Can I, let me try to ask a question this way. Would you be willing, subject to check, to accept that the total risk of WGL system is approximately $250 million per year? Does that sound about right?
As I said, I have not seen the details of that testimony, so I can't comment on what the total value was.
Can I ask, Your Honors, is there a way to get these, I didn't print out the actual exhibits, but I served them electronically, so I'm not sure how to give just a copy of the.
If you can talk to our commission secretary, perhaps she can help you out. Brenda, can you assist Mr. Caldwell? Okay. Is that fine, Mr. Caldwell? If you can give her the document and then we can move on and come back to it?
Sure, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you know, I mean, based on your experience working with Washington Gas, do you have like an idea, approximate ballpark figure for what the overall risk on WGL system is per year?
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Caldwell, just hold 1 second. Mr. Caldwell, the particular document that you're referring to my understanding, it's 4,500 pages. Is that correct?
So, right, the attachment is about 4,500 pages because it consists of the line of all the assets on Washington Gas's system.
Is there a particular page?
Well, I was going to ask, because the sum of all of the asset values, each line has an asset value on it. So this would be, the total risk would be the sum of all those asset values of basically 4,450 pages.
Okay.
And I was going to ask whether or not it sums up to $250 million, if that was something that he would, subject to check, accept.
So, Mr. Caldwell, I just want to make sure I understand the document. Does the document have a summation value on there, or would he be required to add all these columns up or all these rows up?
Oh, you're.
Washington Gas has submitted a document 4,500 pages long
Mr. Caldwell, did you, Mr. Caldwell, it's me. Did you sum them up, the total? You did? Okay, can we get the total and then you give it? And can you ask him, subject to check?
District safe is just another in a long series of obfuscations, dodges, and money grabs that Washington Gas has been pursuing. The Public Service Commission is supposed to police what these projects are doing, and it appears that you're not capable of undertaking your regulatory responsibilities. So people need to speak up. For you to hear that, we need to have a plan. We need to have a public service commission that can make it clear to the Washington Gas that they have an obligation to follow the will of the city, not just the will of profit making. So please, Public Service Commission, stop kowtowing to Washington Gas's obfuscation.
If we have any further verbal outbursts, we will clear the hearing room and just have this hearing proceed with only the parties and make because this is being live streamed, other viewers will still be able to watch this, but we will clear the hearing room so this can proceed. We cannot proceed in this manner. Mr. Caldwell.
Continue.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll get that exhibit in front of you later on. But would you accept subject to check that the summed value of that 4,440 line items is approximately $250 million or $250 million?
Objection. Again, this question has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'll accept you did the math right. That'll enable us to proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to understand what this sort of overall value is a bit more. Does it mean that on average over many years, WGL system would be expected to cause around $250 million in damages per year?
The
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm just asking what that overall risk number means. If it's something that is a yearly, an annual measure, or is it just a one-time measure? I'm trying to understand how this.
The risk outputs are expressed in total risk, which is basically expected loss on an annual basis, which would be an average expected loss per year.
Okay, so that's an annual number. Do you know what the total consequences as measured by JANA caused by WGL system was in 2024 or any other recent year approximately?
In terms of the details of the outputs, I would defer that to WGL. I can speak to the basis of the models and how they're configured. The outputs are WGLs and within their software system. So I would defer to them in terms of any specific numbers related to those outputs.
So, do you know then, like, how WGL does the consequence calibration?
I'm familiar with the consequence.
So at this time, we're going to clear actually the hearing room. Anybody who is not affiliated with the party has to leave. We will set. Oh. Hello? It's not coming through. It's not coming through. Yeah. So at this time, everybody who is not a party to the case, I would ask you to leave. We will set up a viewing room in the Bowman room. Brenda, can we set up the Bowman room? Turn the TV on there so people can view it live stream from there, please. Thank you. I apologize for those who were not making noise, but because of the disruptions, constant disruptions, those who are not parties to the case will have to leave the hearing room. You will be able to view it in the Bowman conference room next door. I apologize for that inconvenience. Let's proceed. Mr. Caldwell.
Is we're talking about. That's the, this would be an average of some lower consequence, higher likelihood events, and some higher consequence, low likelihood events. Is that right?
Yes, as described in my testimony, the models look at the likelihood of failure, and then that follows a scenario pathway model that was provided in confidential testimony, which looks at the potential outcomes for a given leak that could occur in the future on the system. For each of those scenarios, there's a probability that the scenario could occur calculated, and then the potential consequences for that scenario, with the consequences being the average expected value for that scenario based on where it occurs within the WGL system.
Thank you. So it could be that WGL's system has events with a minimal cost for, say, 20 years, and then an event with a cost of 20 years of $5 billion in 1 year, right?
Objection, speculation, and vague. Is there a specific event that council is referring to?
Well, I just understand the way that the this works. Would this average out to $250 million per year? If you had over a 20-year span, you had one event that cost $5 billion.
One event of $5 billion is an extreme event. Again, I can speak to the models and how they were developed and how they are deployed. In terms of the specific numbers that are in there for the WGL system, I wasn't involved in that part of the process. I would defer to the WGL team that was involved there. But the risk results, as I said, are looking at the expected loss on an annual basis based on the probability that a given scenario could occur and the potential consequences of that scenario.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. I know this isn't based on any specific event. I'm just trying to understand what this, like the averaging sort of aspect of the risk, how that's calculated. So like a $5 billion event, hypothetically, over 20 years would result in a $250 million per year worth of risk. Is that correct?
Asked
No.
and answered.
All right, well, there are events that are expected to occur yearly or more frequently, such as leaks that simply cause environmental damage and are repaired. What are some other kinds of other examples of events that occur on a frequent basis?
As I said, the models contain the scenario pathway model, which looks at whether when you're forecasting in the future and you have a potential leak on an asset, you don't know exactly in the future how that leak will transpire. The scenario pathway captures that by looking at the possibility that leak is a grade 1 leak, a grade 2 leak, or a grade 3 leak, because each of those have different potential consequences in terms of how they need to be addressed. And then for the grade 1 leaks, it also looks at the potential that a more significant incident could occur in terms of an ignition or explosion event from that grade 1 leak. All of those are assigned probabilities. The probability that a given leak would be grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3 is based on the specific threat and the specific asset based on historical WGL experience. For example, third-party damage leak, typically 90% of those, because of the nature of third-party damage leaks, are hazardous. whereas a corrosion leak, maybe 60% of those leaks would be grade 1 leaks. And then whether it's a grade 1 leak or a grade 2 or grade 3 leak also depends on where in the system it is, what those probabilities are. So in a dense urban area with lots of pavement, you would typically have a higher probability of having a grade 1 hazardous leak than you would in a more rural location. So all those are calculated across those scenarios to come up with probabilities for each of the different scenario pathways within that model. Each of those scenarios having its own set of potential consequences based on where the asset's located within the system. So again, you would have higher potential consequences of a hazardous leak in a dense downtown core area versus a more rural environment.
Thank you. But that actually wasn't my question. I was asking, other than leaks, what would be some other types of events that occur on a frequent basis? I'm just trying to get a sense of like what fraction, roughly, of events come from like more frequent, lower consequence events, if you know. In total, not just leaks. I'm talking about all kinds of events that are high
The
frequency.
models for mains and services are only capturing potential leaks on the system. They don't capture any other events.
The rest of the risk would come from less frequent but high consequence events. Is that correct? Just trying to get an idea of the universe of the different types of risk.
Again, it's dependent on each asset and each threat, what would happen there. But it's looking at, you would have a grade 1 hazardous leak. Those in general would have a probability that they could result in an ignition or explosion based on observation historically across the gas system industry for those hazardous leaks in different environments.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand your response. And so for health and safety risks, the consequences are the monetized value related to the loss of human life or the cost to treat injuries. Is that where that value comes from?
No. It's based on the Department of Transportation value of a statistical life, which is basically measuring for lower probability, high consequence events. It captures how much someone would be willing to pay to reduce their risk of that exposure. So it's a Department of Transportation value that's commonly deployed.
Okay, I see.
It does not represent a specific value of a human life. It's
Okay.
how much people are willing to pay to reduce their probability, their exposure to a given probability of that event.
Okay, thank you for that distinction. Would it be fair to say that the consequences for health and safety risks, that those risks are like death and injury, that those apply to customers as well as to the company?
They would be the general public. In an ignition or explosion event, there could be other public people present in the vicinity in a larger downtown building. So it's not just the public, or not just the customer, it's the general public that would be exposed to that.
Okay, so the health and safety consequences don't distinguish between employees, customers, and the public. It's just a human, any human being. Is that correct?
Correct.
The type of consequence, and I'm referring to your response to DCG data request. 2-7, where you list out the 5 various categories of risk. There's one that's labeled environmental risk. Is that correct? Or identified as environmental risk. That's one of the sort of buckets of risk, correct?
Yes.
Are environmental risks a type of risk that's more likely to occur frequently?
For each of the consequence values, it looks at, for a given type of an event, what those potential consequences would be. So if it's a grade 1 leak with ignition or explosion events, you would have higher consequences generally for those events.
Right.
If it's a grade 3 leak, you would probably have no consequences for those events. Again, in terms of the specific values for configured for the WGL system, I would defer to the WGL experts.
Right, but I was asking about frequency, in terms of like relative frequency of environmental consequences. Are environmental consequences generally more frequent than the other types of risk that are identified?
I would say, again, it depends on the specific configuration that WGL deployed within the models.
All right. The cost drivers for leaks would be the cost to repair the leak. Is that correct?
Yes, generally there's a response cost and a repair cost associated with a leak.
Okay, response and repair. And we know through like technologies like advanced leak detection, as well as just the general reporting requirement, PHMSA reporting requirements that WGL must adhere to, that environmental consequences have a high probability relative to the other categories.
Objection vague and assumes facts not in evidence.
If the witness knows, he can answer the question.
If you know.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yes. Because tools exist like advanced leak detection, and WGL publicly reports its the number of leaks on a system on an annual basis. We know that environmental consequences have a high probability relative to the other categories of consequences. Correct?
Depends on which you capture within the environmental consequences category within the models. So again, for the specifics on that, I would defer to WGL in terms of how the models were explicitly configured.
Okay.
I'm not trying to avoid your question. I just wasn't involved in the detailed configuration of the models. I can more speak to how the models were constructed and developed.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I understand that it's WGL that provides that input. But I just want to clarify, because I think for environmental consequences, the cost drivers are repairs or remediation and fines as well, correct?
Again, I don't know specifically how it was configured within WGL's models.
But you would accept, subject to check, that your data response, you're the sponsor of the data response number DCG 2-7, that lays out what the cost drivers are for each risk.
Yes, it lays out the specific cost drivers, how that was actually configured in terms of the numbers that were put in there by WGL. I don't have that information.
Right now, I understand, but I'm just saying, I'm just asking whether fines are a cost driver for environmental consequences.
They are a potential driver. If I don't know if WGL actually included that within the model configuration in terms of the details of how it was deployed.
Okay. So you're saying it could be a driver, but you don't know necessarily whether or not it is based on what WGL has done.
Correct. Those are the standard sort of consequence categories that can be configured within the models.
Okay.
As well as an other consequence category that can also be configured. That's just part of the software and the configuration of the models.
Okay. Are the costs to repair leaks, are they typically recoverable by the company through base rates? Isn't that?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Sustained.
And so just to be clear, the JANA model doesn't consider the societal cost of greenhouse gas emissions released into the atmosphere as a driver of environmental harm. Is that correct?
It can capture that.
Okay, but it's not listed as a cost driver on your data response.
There's a commodity loss factor under the direct economic losses, which captures the forecast lost gas within it.
Okay, but that's lost to the company, not like lost to society as a result of the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How, if at all, does JANA's environmental consequence account for the Commission's directive to change the focus of the pipe replacement program to address the district's climate policies?
It captures it more through the process of ranking the assets in terms of the riskiest assets. So your risk is probability times consequence. On the probability side, that's the highest risk assets are the most leak-prone assets within the system. So by identifying the most leak-prone assets in the system, it's identifying those assets most likely to leak in the future and result in methane emissions, and looking at how to address those assets within the system based on the ranking of risk. So it's capturing both the most leak-prone assets, and then amongst those more leak-prone assets, it's also ranking them by the potential consequences of those emission events. So it's prioritizing, identifying the most leak-prone assets within the system based on the historical performance of like assets in those same asset families.
Okay. Thank you for that. Would it be fair, again, referring to your response to DCG Data Request 2-7, there are 3 other categories of risk contributors that are quantified in the JANA model, according to your response, and those are direct economic loss, regulatory impacts, and corporate image and reputation. Do you recall that? Correct?
Sorry, was that a question around that?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get you to confirm that there are other categories besides environmental harm and the risk to safety.
Yes, as in,
There were five general buckets of risk, right? We
yes.
talked about those two, environmental and safety risks. And so I'm just trying to, the other three would be direct economic loss, regulatory impacts, and corporate image and reputation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to characterize those three categories as being more rare and high in consequence when they occur?
Again, it's hard to give a exact categorization because it varies by asset, by threat, and where it is within the system.
I understand, but as a general proposition, would you agree?
Objection asked and answered.
He can ask one more time.
As a general proposition, would you agree that these three risk categories, direct economic loss, regulatory impacts, and corporate image and reputation, are relatively less frequent, but when they occur, they are high in consequence?
Yes, they would be, again, referring to that scenario pathway model. They wouldn't be incurred for a grade 3 leak. They would more be for a grade 1 leak or ignition explosion events on grade 1 leaks.
Okay. I'd like to dig into this a bit more, particularly the quantified consequences in each of these areas. So again, looking at DCG data, Washington Gas's response to DCG data request 2-7. When we're talking about the direct economic loss consequence, this is driven by such costs as property damage, correct?
Yes, it contains property damage, response costs, repair costs, and commodity loss, and service revenue disruption costs.
Okay. And these are cost drivers that would negatively impact the revenues of the company, correct?
While property damage would be more broadly impactful.
For regulatory risk, the cost drivers are fines or compliance costs, legal and corporate costs, and something that is labeled other. What are some examples of events that might lead to fines under regulatory risk?
Again, when there's an ignition explosion event, there are sometimes fines associated with that. Again, based for the specific configuration for WGL, I would defer to WGL experts. They were using their historical experience in operating their gas system to provide inputs into those categories.
What about for legal costs?
Again, I would defer to WGL what specific values they put in there and how they develop those.
Okay. And so would your answer would be the same for compliance costs and corporate costs?
Yes. Again, I can speak to the models and how they were developed and configured. The specifics for the WGL system, I would defer to their team who was involved in the implementation of the models.
Okay. Is there any sort of standard, like sort of among the companies that employ the Janus software for these types of inputs, like in regards to the amount of like risk to associate with corporate cost, quantify corporate costs or compliance costs? Or is it basically individual to each company that uses the software?
Again, I'm not directly involved in the implementation across all 32 of our clients who are utilizing the distribution system models. My understanding is in general terms around that. Generally, it's reasonably consistent across different utilities, but each utility operates in its own specific region and environment. So in different regions, throughout the country, different states, you can see some variation in those values based on the local environment and what is in that specific state.
Do you advise your clients on how much to assign these costs? How much value to assign these costs?
I'm going to object to that to the extent it's asking Dr. Oliphant as to what he's advising clients that are not WGL.
Okay, well, do you advise WGL on what the various amounts of costs that should be assigned to these risk categories are?
In terms of the health and safety and property damage categories, we have models in there that are looking at when you have an ignition or explosion event, what is the potential you could have property damage and what percentage of a given type of structure could be damaged, and what potential number of whether you would have an injury or a fatality, and what percentage of exposed people could be exposed to that based on analysis of historical PHMSA incident data. The other values are provided by WGL. Our implementation teams work with the WGL SMEs to get those values, but they're provided by WGL.
And then I want to ask about the consequence component that's listed as reputational image. The cost drivers that are listed here are customers, government, and the community. What sort of events does the JANA model attribute to risk or reputation, risk to reputation or image?
Again, I would defer to WGL and specifically what values they put in there for what scenarios, but those would be typically associated with hazardous leaks and with ignition and explosion events.
So it sounds like a lot of these consequences, even though they're discrete buckets of consequences, but they're driven largely, or examples of what drives them are explosions, correct? Or leaks.
Again, the specific configuration or values that WGL utilized, I'm not intimate with. I wasn't involved in that part of the process.
I guess I'm trying to understand that if the risk to image or reputation is really just an additional risk that's posed by the occurrence of one of the other consequences. So one event could have various consequences, could trigger various consequences, correct?
Correct.
Is an example of damage to a company's reputation that JANA would account for. Would an example of that be something like what PG&E experienced after the San Bruno wildfires in California?
Objection, relevance. Hearing's about WGL, not PG&E.
It's about the risk factor that the witness is knowledgeable about that JANA uses. So I'm just trying to get an example that might be a concrete of what we're talking about, what kind of risk we're talking about.
And PG&E is not here for this hearing. WGL is.
I'll allow the question.
Again, I would defer to WGL for the specifics of what they configured within those consequence categories.
So the answer is you don't know if PG&E considered the San Bruno wildfires to be a type of reputational or image damage?
Objection, relevance again, and also speculation. He's asking about what PG&E considered in this question.
I'm just in general terms, as an example, is that an event like that, would that be something that would result in reputational damage? Or is that something that the JANA model is considered?
I'm not clear what you're referring to in terms of the San Bruno wildfires. San Bruno's typically associated with the San Bruno transmission pipeline failure, which is not a distribution system incident, and to my knowledge is typically tied to the transmission incident, not wildfire damages.
Okay. But the fines that resulted, would the fines that resulted from something like a wildfire, would that be considered a driver for cost driver for damage to reputation?
Objection, speculation, and vague. Is this a wildfire experienced by Washington Gas? If so, where in its system has it been experienced? I don't know how the witness can answer this question.
Yeah, Mr. Caldwell, if you could just tighten the question. I think the witness has been very clear about what his company does is they configure the model, and Washington Gas deals with the actual inputs that go into it. So to the extent that you can ask a question related to that, that'd be helpful.
Switching gears for a moment, I want to ask you about the data inputs that are used when calibrating the likelihood of failure and scenario probability models used by JANA that you discussed in your supplemental testimony. Is JANA calibrated differently for mains and service lines?
It's the same general approach that's used as described in my testimony, where the historical leak data is used as a training data set to configure those likelihood of failure models. It's basically taking all the historic failure data over a given period, looking at basically the age that asset was when it failed and what the cause of that failure was by leak records. And then for each threat for the different asset families, say cast iron, ductile steel, modern plastic, it develops a lifetime curve for that, similar to what's done in the actuarial industry. And the base models develop that lifetime curve for, say, cast iron assets based on the historical performance and observed failures for those assets. And then it's utilizing the Weibull proportional hazards model, where the Weibull proportion is really, it's a standard reliability model that was developed in the 30s, developed throughout the 50s and 60s and 70s, and has been widely deployed in aerospace, marine, automotive, a number of other industries. because it's very useful for capturing lifetime data for assets, because it can model different distributions of lifetime curves. So assets, when you look at their failure curves, have different functions. It's not just a standard normal distribution when you look at the lifetime of those assets. And the Weibull portion of that is able to capture and model that distribution very well. That's why it's been so widely used and employed in reliability engineering. The proportional hazards part then, based on the factors that can influence whether for a given asset it would be more likely to fail or less likely to fail, it adjusts that baseline lifetime curve for that given asset based on the proportional hazards piece of that. All those parameters are empirically derived. They were shown in detail in one of my exhibits submitted confidentially in the testimony. It's very similar to what's used in the actuarial industry, where you look at males 55 to 60, and you have a baseline lifetime curve, and then you would adjust that base curve up or down based on whether someone exercised or smoked or drank, whatever factors. So it's a very similar approach. We're using the historical leak data to identify what were the age of assets in a given family that failed, and then building a lifetime curve from that to then be able to forecast what the failure rates of like assets would be moving forward.
Well, your supplemental testimony lists the usage type as an input, but it's unclear to me what that means. Can you clarify that? Usage type, i.e. main or...
I'm going to pause on this. We're referring to a portion of a confidential passage of Dr. Oliphant's supplemental testimony. So if the questioning is going to proceed in further detail, we will need to go on the confidential record.
And the witness can talk about what usage type refers to as an input.
The confidential aspect.
Hold on one second, Dr. Oliphant.
How is that confidential?
It is marked and designated within the testimony as confidential, as these model inputs are summarizing in greater detail the specifics that are in confidential exhibit WG3E-1. So to the extent, again, that we're going to get into specifics about any of these model inputs here, we're going to need to go on the confidential record. And Attorney Caldwell's question was about what constitutes usage type at this point. That would be specific to an input that would require discussion on the confidential record.
I simply asked what usage type means.
Again, the specific passage of testimony that is describing this, which is being referred to, has been marked and designated as confidential. If DCG wished to challenge that designation, they have had the opportunity to do so, but if this questioning is going to proceed further, we will need to go on the confidential record.
We will go into confidential session. So at this time, as stated earlier, when we go into confidential session, we will have to, sorry, let me just go back here. Okay. A few moments, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Oliphant, so if you turn your attention to your rebuttal testimony, the Lighthouse model's intersection with DIMP, you explained how JANA supports PHMSA Subpart P's goals. Subpart P relates primarily to the DIMP, Distribution Integrity Management, is that right?
Yes.
And integrity management is not synonymous with accelerated replacement. A yes or no suffices.
Sorry? Could you repeat the
Integrity
question?
management is not synonymous with accelerated replacement, yes?
Accelerated replacement is typically part of integrity management programs for gas utilities.
So that's a no, they're not synonymous.
I would say yes, they are. It's part of most integrity management programs.
Moving on to your rejoinder. Now, you have made the point this morning that you are not responsible, or JANA Corporation is not responsible for the inputs and outputs of the JANA Lighthouse model as touches WGL systems. Is that accurate?
Just to make sure I heard the question properly, you're saying JANA's not responsible for the inputs or outputs?
You've made the point that WGL controls the data that's imputed in much of the model. I'm just reiterating that fact to confirm that the JANA Corporation doesn't have responsibility or liability with respect to those things.
WGL provides the historical leak data and asset data records to JANA. Those are used to configure the likelihood and scenario pathway models. And then WGL provides the consequence values as discussed outside of the health and safety and property value, where the JANA models perform some of those calculations, but it's supported by WGL provided typical structure values in an area, and then the U.S. survey information is used for population density as an input, but the rest of those consequence values are provided by WGL.
So you are describing a joint responsibility for the outputs of the calibration model, right?
We're jointly responsible in terms of the data that goes into the likelihood of failure models, and JANA is responsible for the configuration of the likelihood of failure models, which are then reviewed by JANA internally and by WGL.
Okay, so I'll ask you a couple questions about the calibration that you just described. In your rejoinder, you noted that a 5-year historical data set is reasonable for WGL's calibration, right?
Yes.
Assuming, without conceding that is so, in page 1 of the attachment to WGL response to OPC DR 8-1, page 1 shows threats resulting from the JANA calibration. You recall that there are 9 categories of threats in that response that you sponsored?
That was 8-1?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And in each threat category in that attachment on page 1, there's an average of calibration projections. Is that right?
Again, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
On page 1 of the attachment,
Yes.
where you have 9 threat categories.
Yes.
In each threat category, there's an average of calibration projections.
Yes.
In your testimony, since you said that the 5-year data set is reasonable, about 40% variance between the projections and the actuals. So there's about a 40% variance between what your calibration is projecting and what is actually being recorded. Is it your expert opinion that that 40% variance is reasonable?
The 40% variance I believe you're referring to is versus a single year of leak history. I do have to say that DR response to 8.1 is for all of WGL and not specific to DC. The DC specific model verification was provided in DCG DR 2-3 for specific to the DC system, and which the majority of my testimony was based on. When this was prepared, I was out of the country, and based on our IT policies, not allowed to have a laptop with me, so I coordinated and reviewed and prepared all these responses on my phone. So this got submitted for all of WGL, but I would reference DCG DR 2-3 for specific to the DC system.
Your answer to my question was no, a 40% variance would not be reasonable.
Objection, that's not his answer. He gave his answer.
And further to
Your
that,
Honor, when the witness responded, whether he was out of the country or in the country, he had a duty to provide accurate information. So there is a presumption that his response to the OPC was not faulty. If on the stand he claims that his response was somehow convoluted, it's not OPC's responsibility. We don't have the burden to rectify that. The information provided to us is what we have, and that's what we're asking. Based on the response, and between the time that he might have returned to the country and this hearing, counsel and the company had time to update that information if it was supposedly inaccurate. So the question remains, is a 40% variance between projections and actuals reasonable from an expert
May I
opinion?
respond to that, Your Honor?
Respond first, because I do think there is an underlying issue here that's been highlighted, and I wanted a little bit more clarification on this. So it sounds like this response that was provided on October 6th of 2025.
That's correct.
What Dr. Oliphant is saying is this information is not responsive to the actual DR.
What I would say, Your Honor, is that this is looking at work papers for the testimony tables, figures, and exhibits in their original electronic format. To the extent that those work papers that he had relied upon to extract district-specific data included all of WGL's system, I believe that's what the witness is referring to here. I would also just note the witness has provided where the district-specific data is, which is in another DR response that he has referenced here today on the stand.
But to ask the question again, the answer is not fully responsive to the DR that was proposed to the witness.
Again, I believe the witness has testified that he provided all work papers that support his testimony here. It may have been more expansive in the information that was included because the DR does not specify to be district-specific. And the witness has identified where that district-specific information has in fact been supplied in the record.
Okay. I will note this. While the DR does say all work papers supporting testimony, tables, figures, and exhibits in their original electronic format, throughout the discovery process in this case, Washington Gas has been very diligent in ensuring that only questions that they had to answer pertain to Washington Gas DC. Did not go outside the boundaries to talk about what was happening in Maryland around DC Stride and in Maryland and Stride and a number of other instances. And so for the work papers here to be provided to provide system-wide data is misleading. And I think to OPC's counsel's comments, it is not their duty to go back and check the veracity of that. So having said that, you have indicated where in the record the data is specific to DC. Using that information, counsel, if you need additional time to look at that information to tailor your questions for the witness, we can certainly grant that. But it appears that's where the DC specific information is.
Thank you, Your Honor. That would be an onerous burden on OPC for the purpose of this proceeding. Notwithstanding that we can find that information and address it in the briefing stage, I would still like the witness to answer the question that was asked to him based on the four corners of the response that was provided to OPC.
Okay. He can certainly answer it, but I think the answer, as he stated, is this data is not specific only to DC.
I'm aware that
okay.
they provided misleading data. Dr. Oliphant, in your expert opinion, is a 40% variance between projections and actuals reasonable? Just a yes or no really is all that's required of you.
I will say yes, because the comparison being made is not the right
Thank you, Dr. Oliphant.
comparison.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sierra Club.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Dr. Oliphant. A couple of questions for you. So you have indicated throughout your testimony that you've worked with WGL subject matter experts as to how to configure the model, correct?
The model setup and model structure is provided by JANA. The inputs to some of those values are provided by WGL.
So there was no discussion between JANA and WGL about changing the configuration of the model, is what you're saying, correct?
There's ongoing discussions throughout the implementation between the JANA implementation teams and WGL's implementation teams to make sure we have all the data and the data is robust. And then once the risk results are run, JANA runs an internal assessment, and then WGL runs their own assessment, and based on their SME analysis and look at it, basically sign off that the models are making sense and are properly configured based on their understanding of their system.
So that discussion would yield potential changes or modifications to the model based on that back and forth between JANA and WGL, correct?
There could be potential changes of the model.
Okay. And are there instances where the data being provided by WGL based on how it is run through the model might affect changes to the model itself? Such as you're getting wonky results or something is not really showing up right, just as general hypotheticals. Is there anything that the data would, the way that it runs through the model, inform how the model might be modified or altered?
What we may see when you run the model is if we identify any unusual results that are reviewed by the SMEs, it may be just a case of a data error or something within the records, and then typically WGL would go and address those data issues and then update that information into the model.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that input, or I should say requests from WGL as to how the model will work for their system is based on how they operate their system?
The model configuration is very standard across all our clients. It's configured to the specifics of the WGL system based on their specific asset data, leak history, records, and their observed consequence inputs based on operation of their system.
Okay. And you testified earlier that WGL is the one that provides the data inputs. Would it be fair to say that in these discussions about how the model could work for their system, that it would include WGL's position on the relative risk that that data could provide? As in WGL's positions on risk potentiality, that would inform how the model is tailored for them.
No, in terms of all the risk is probability times consequences. So the probability of an asset failing is calculated empirically based on the observed historical performance of the system. Then it goes through the scenario pathway model to calculate the probabilities of the different scenarios. And then it goes into the consequence models where WGL is using this historical information they have on their system to input values into those models.
Let me put that another way. Is the number of, you went over earlier about the categories of risk. Is that static, or is that at all informed by what WGL sees as risk on its system?
That's a standard set of categories that's employed across the gas industry.
And there's no subcategories to each of those, correct?
Some of them have subcategories as listed in the testimony. So health and safety has injuries and fatalities, direct costs have property damage, all those elements.
And those subcategories stay static. They're not subject to modification based on WGL's particular preference, the use of the model in their system, correct?
Yes, they're just general set categories. Whether a value is put in for those categories or not is done during the implementation working with WGL.
Okay. In terms of the health and safety risk category, WGL did not request that harm to health resulting from the use of WGL's product that was enabled by the replacement of a particular asset and the continued use of that asset, correct?
I'm just making sure I understand your question.
Sure, if you'd like me to rephrase, I can.
Sure, please.
Sure. So the concept is, under the idea of health and safety, if there is a risk associated with the continued use of WGL's product that's enabled by the use of the rehabilitated or replaced asset, WGL did not request for JANA to include that type of risk in the model, correct?
We've never configured that type of risk in the model. The models are set up to address Part 192, Subpart P, in terms of the PHMSA risk and threat categories.
In terms of health and safety, WGL did not request JANA to include the harm to health resulting from replacement as opposed to retirement, correct?
No.
In terms of health and safety, WGL did not ask to include harm of environmental health resulting from the continued use of the project, of the asset, continuing use of the asset, correct?
I'm not aware of that request, if it was made.
The model is also not configured to account for the emissions that will result from the continued use of that asset, correct?
No.
And in terms of environmental risk, WGL did not ask you to include harm to the environment resulting from replacement rather than retirement, correct?
I don't know if that was specifically discussed during the implementation or not.
But they did not ask you is your answer, correct?
I was not involved in the explicit
Okay.
implementation,
Not aware of that request.
but I'm not aware of that request.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Caldwell, do you mind approaching the bench, please? Okay, we'll call the next witness.
Redirect for Dr.
Oh, sorry.
Oliphant at this
Yes.
point, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Oliphant. So I'd like to start with questions that you've been asked today about the inputs into various aspects of the JANA risk assessment model. Is it common in your experience for the natural gas pipeline operator that is utilizing this model to provide JANA with those input values?
Yes,
Why is that?
because JANA does not have those input values ourselves in terms of all the asset data, all the leak history data specific to the operator, and the specifics of the consequence values in terms of property values, response costs, those things. They vary by operator, and we don't have access to those specific details.
And in your experience, are pipeline operators required to assess risk specific to their system or more generally applicable to natural gas distribution systems?
It's specific to their system.
And does PHMSA actually require them to analyze risk specific to their system?
It requires them to know and understand the risk within their system. But I don't know that they specifically say you have to assess it specific to your system, but my interpretation of that requirement that you know and understand risk in your system would mean you need to look at the specific risk of your system.
And there was some discussion and questions from council about when Washington Gas specific inputs are used versus when generally available reported data to PHMSA is used. In your experience, is Washington Gas using generally available PHMSA data in similar circumstances to other operators that utilize the JANA risk assessment model?
The parts of the model where the specific PHMSA data is utilized is common across all operators.
And just with respect to the commonality and prevalence of the use of this risk assessment model, to your knowledge, how many natural gas pipeline operators in the United States currently use JANA's product suite?
Our overall probabilistic risk model suite is used by 36 of the large gas utilities, spanning 40 different states. 32 of those specifically use, plus the District of DC, the distribution system models, which I believe is in 36 states plus the District of DC.
And in your experience, when it comes to the inputs used into JANA's model by Washington Gas and other operators, do those inputs regularly vary amongst those operators?
Yes, it's different asset data, different leak histories based on the mix of assets and the environment in which the system is operating, and then different costs and other values that go into the consequence model are operator specific based on their region and area.
And I think you talked about some of the underlying functionality of the model in response to questions from council. In particular, I believe you called it the Weibel PHM. Is the use of the Weibel PHM to assess the probability of failure for pipeline assets generally and commonly accepted in the industry?
I don't know if it's used outside of JANA within the pipeline industry. It's broadly used and has been around a long time because it's a very versatile and robust model for capturing lifetime performance when you have asset failure data. So it's used in aerospace, marine, automotive, multiple different industries looking at lifetime or survival data analysis.
And do you recall some of the questioning from OPC's counsel about the variance between certain predicted data as well as certain actual data with respect to leaks identified on Washington Gas's system?
Yes.
And with respect to a district-specific comparison of leaks predicted utilizing the JANA risk assessment model to actual leaks experienced, what is the actual success rate with respect to the JANA risk assessment model?
Objection, Your Honor. Micros did not touch on DC-specific information because the company did not provide us with DC-specific information.
I'll allow it.
There are multiple different ways to look at that data when you're looking at the model tuning process. So I'll just briefly speak to that to provide the context of how we analyze and verify the model results. What we're doing when we're looking at the historic leak records, as I said, is tuning that lifetime curves for the Weibel proportional hazards model. That's typically done based on 5 years of leak data. That's fairly standard practice across our clients and what was also previously used by WGL when they were utilizing Optimane previously. That's done to capture the current performance of the system and to have enough data to make sure we have covered at least one complete leak survey cycle so that we make sure we're seeing the entire system. You see annual variations in the leaks across the system depending on what regions you survey in a given year throughout the system. And it also is done to provide enough statistical data to be able to properly tune the parameters within the models. Every one of those data points that uses an actual failure that has occurred on the system. And there is the potential, especially with extreme weather events, that you can see increases or decreases in failure rates, and WGL has experienced that on their system, which is why they wanted to make sure they stuck to that 5-year history. It was found, as provided in Aaron Stuber's testimony, to be a significant improvement in the previous Optimane model in terms of being able to forecast those assets that are most likely to leak, which is provided in Figure 1 of his rebuttal testimony. And WGL continues on an ongoing basis to analyze the performance of those models. I also provided throughout my testimony examples of how the model was able to identify those most leak-prone assets within the WGL system, which is what we're looking to do. When we compare the model performance, we look at how well is the model aligning with that historical training data period to make sure the model is properly configured. Then we look at the most recent leak year and look at that versus the historical leak used in the training period for the model to make sure that there's no significant changes or deviations. So what the model is capturing and what we're seeing with the leaks that are happening in the system currently is what's arising out of the system after all the existing integrity management practices, those things are put into place. So third-party damage programs, CP programs, operator qualification programs, et cetera, and also odorization and leak repair, leak survey. So the risk we see arising within gas systems is the risk that arises after all those existing core integrity management activities are in place. Subpart P was in 2009 based on the 2006 Pipes Acts passed by Congress, laid on top of that existing body of regulation to address that residual risk that's arising out of the system after all those core code requirements are in place. And it's that residual risk that the JANA models are capturing in alignment with the Subpart P requirements. And the goal there is to identify those assets within the system most likely to fail. So we've seen that it outperformed the previous Optimane model and was a significant improvement and able to cross the entire length of the WGL DC system, outperformed the previous Optimane model, and WGL has continued to monitor and track that to ensure the model still continues to perform. So when we looking at the performance of the model, we compare the forecast to the training data set to make sure it's actually trained the data. We look at the most recent year of leak history and then look at that to see whether it's consistent with the training data in a standard modeling approach there. If it's consistent with the training data, then we don't necessarily need to do a retune of that model. If we see any deviations there or based on desires from WGL, we will reconfigure those base models. But once those models are configured, they remain very consistent year over year in terms of which assets are identified to be the most leak prone in the system. There's very little shift in that. The most leak prone assets remain the most leak prone assets until you do something to address those assets. Those are typically assets with an average lifetime of 100 or 90 years for cast iron and bare steel in the WGL system. So their behavior, well, it changes as they continue to age, which is captured by the models, and because there's an age parameter within the models, it remains very consistent, their behavior year over year. So once those models are tuned and in place, and we know they're capturing those most leak-prone assets, what we're doing on an ongoing basis is to make sure we still continue to reflect what's happening in the system. So we update based on what assets have been retired or removed or what new assets have been added to make sure we're capturing the current performance of the system, and then on an ongoing basis continue to capture the evolving leak history within the database. For the DCG DR23, the models were found to be 94% accurate, as was presented in my direct testimony and in that data response.
And in your response here, as well as questions to council, we've talked about configuration of the model as well as validation and potential updates to the model. Do you recall those questions from council?
Yes.
How often is the model regularly validated to determine if it's accurately assessing system risk on Washington Gas's system?
It's done on an annual basis when the models are updated with those assets that have been retired or removed or new assets into the system. So it's reviewed by JANA and then also reviewed by WGL SMEs.
And are there any particular causes that would result in JANA updating its risk assessment models, so the actual configuration of the model itself before WGL specific input is applied to that model?
Yeah, so there's 3 different types of model updates. One is the annual update to make sure it's capturing the current assets that are actually within the system. The other could be a reconfiguration of the models based on a new training data set to update those models, which for WGL has been done on a regular basis. And then the other would be more substantive model changes which might come out of code changes or something like that, or a new threat that had been identified on the system, and those are done on a as-needed basis.
I have nothing further on redirect. Thank you.
I have one question. You talked just now about how the most leak prone remain the most riskiest, unless they're either replaced, retired, removed. My question is, if you were to do something else to that pipe instead of replace, say you were to repair or to use do some other type of remediation to the pipe, maybe add a liner to it, how does that affect its score in a JANA model?
So because we're measuring the residual risk within the system that arises after all the current practices like leak repair and leak identification are already in place, a repair doesn't impact the future risk score for the asset because it's not addressing that residual risk, it's addressing the risk that's already arising within the system. All the incidents that have occurred in the U.S. gas industry over the last several decades have occurred with people doing leak repair and leak identification within the system. So because it's capturing that residual risk, a repair would not reduce the future risk of that asset leaking, as the repair is typically a very local piece of a long length of pipe, and the rest of the pipe still remains in the same condition as that pipe where the actual failure took place. If there were to be remediation or something like that, that could be captured within the models if it's addressing that whole length of the pipe and then reducing that future potential for that pipeline to fail.
Thank you. Okay. You're excused.
Thank you.
Washington Gas, call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Washington Gas calls Mr. Kevin Murphy to testify.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand.
morning.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honors, I guess DCG and OPC have an agreement that DCG will ask questions of Mr. Murphy first. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
Have you been provided copies of the district government's cross-examination exhibits?
I don't think so.
I believe the witness has had an opportunity to review them. He does not have hard copies of the same with him on the stand, as they were provided at approximately 1 a.m. last night.
Wait, so you have recently reviewed the data responses that were directed towards you?
If you can name a specific one, I'll let you know, but I did review several.
Sure. Okay. Do you remember looking at what was marked for identification as DCG3, which was a confidential response to district government data request 3-8 informal case 1180, which was WGL's recently concluded rate case before this commission?
Can you tell me what the question was in that DR? I believe I reviewed it, but I want to be sure.
Sure. It asked, it was referring to your testimony to provide a percentage breakdown of the total risk of Washington Gas system, on Washington Gas's system with respect to a series of things like fatality, injury, property damage, response cost, service disruption, repair cost, commodity loss, environmental, regulatory, and corporate image. And in response, you provided 5 categories of risk, basically, with assigned percentages to them.
Yes, I did look at that briefly this morning.
Okay, great.
And just before questioning begins, I will just note, counsel did identify this as a confidential response from FC1180. So to the extent that we're going to get into particulars on this response, and we need to go on the confidential record, I would just request that we do so now, or when you think you're going to get there, Attorney Caldwell. I think we will need to do so.
I guess, I mean, a lot of my question is going to have to do with this data response, so it might be best to go into a confidential session.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Caldwell. Do you think you're going to, later in your cross-examination, have additional confidential information to go into? My question is if there's any way we can just kind of group it all together so we only go into confidential session once. That'd be ideal. But
yeah, now I don't think so, but if I do have any other questions about confidential information, I'll ask them in the session, but I don't think I do.
okay. All right. We'll take a brief moment and go into confidential session. Thank you. Okay. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions that I had posed to witness Oliphant that you seem to defer to the company, and you may be better situated to respond to those questions.
I'll do my best.
Because we're talking about the same sort of categories of risk. In reference to environmental risks, you know if the commission typically issues fines to Washington Gas based on leaks from the system?
Not to my knowledge.
And are the
You talking
costs?
about environmental fines?
Yes.
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Yep. And then are the costs to repair leaks typically recoverable by the company through base rates?
Typically, yes, subject to review by the commission.
And if Jan assigns a high enough risk score to an asset experiencing frequent leaks, the company could rank it high enough to qualify for replacement and accelerated cost recovery through the DC SAFE program.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The way that the DC SAFE program is structured, if the JANA model assigned a high enough risk score to an asset that was experiencing frequent leaks and an environmental risk, the company could rank it high enough, that asset high enough to qualify for replacement under
So
this program.
again, environment is one of the consequence receptors at the end of that scenario pathway. And as I recall, it wasn't ranked particularly high. It may be because the team struggled to quantify and assign a number to that. However, we could not indiscriminately pass or include a replacement solely based on risk. The very first thing a replacement candidate has to fulfill, it's got to be one of the identified eligible materials. We start with a subset of piping systems, most of which were identified explicitly by PHMSA as high risk, and utilities across the nation were encouraged to, as quickly as possible, retire them from service. That makes up most of what we are after, if not really all of it, because you know there is plenty of industry data out there about the poor performance of copper and mechanical couplings. So,
Right. I
first thing is it's got to be eligible. Then
the point
whole
I
risk
was
rank.
asking was that the cost to repair leaks is recoverable through rates, whether it be a surcharge or whether it be through base rates.
I think
Objection
you asked
asked and answered, and now we're also getting pretty far afield of the issue set for hearing, which is cost recovery associated with the repair of leaks.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. Now, the other three categories of risk that are sort of quantified, that are assigned the highest percentages of risk in the JANA model are direct economic loss, regulatory impacts, and corporate image and reputation. Is it fair to characterize these three risk categories as being more rare, high consequence events?
No, I don't believe that to be the case. The first data request we discussed identified those based on their contributions to the risk. I would infer that those are more likely to happen on more leaks.
And if we're going to circle back to this data request, Your Honor, we're going to need to go back onto confidential records. So I'm just going to flag that now as we've moved back to the public record already.
Mr. Caldwell, your response?
I will try to avoid having to ask any questions about
I mean, if we need to go back into it's fine. I don't
yeah,
want to
but that,
curtail
yeah,
your
but
cross.
touch on confidential information. I'm sure council will let me know if I do.
Okay.
For regulatory risk, the cost drivers for that are fines or compliance costs, legal and corporate costs, and quote other. Does that sound right?
Are you quoting from a specific DR?
Yes, from
This is going back into, again, specific confidential information. When we discuss these costs.
actually no, I'm sorry, I am not
Yeah.
quoting from a confidential DR.
Okay. If we're going to loop back again to the DR that was discussed with Dr. Oliphant, I just want to be clear, the consequence components, we can talk about those generally. If we get into specific cost drivers, then we're going to need to actually go back onto confidential record.
If Mr. Caldwell is pulling from a non-confidential document, that's fine. And if he
Your Honor, I apologize. I think this is going to get back into confidential information or the
No problem.
responses that were labeled confidential.
No problem. We'll go into confidential session, please. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a couple questions I posed to witness Oliphant that he didn't seem to be able to answer, but maybe you can. Do you know, does Janus software account for time-varying risk for associated with ground movement from construction?
Yes, we looked at the leak history and examined specifically the comparing leak history in general with leak history in areas that were subject to construction activities, and we're able to identify a change in behavior, and we incorporated that into the model.
Okay. And what about, could Janus be used to do a risk cost effectiveness analysis for ranking work compelled by others?
So work compelled by others typically refers to roadway work, development work that may be in conflict with one of our assets, with a pipe. That pipe may be eligible. That pipe may be eligible in high risk, or that pipe may be eligible in somewhat lower risk. We do, where the pipe is eligible, we do a risk reduced per dollar to replace assessment. But JANA is not the driver. When we have approved funds, which my understanding is we do not have Program 10 funds, which was associated with work compelled by others. We don't have that proposed or included going forward. But whenever we do work compelled by others, we can produce a risk reduced per dollar spent metric.
Of the high consequence events that you're aware of, were they associated with leak-prone pipe without some sort of other proximate human-related cause like utility work, excavation, vehicle damage, et cetera?
Objection, vague as to high consequence event. What specific events are being referred to?
High consequence event being an event that perhaps happens rarely, but would...
I am aware of high consequence events that have happened in the industry and even on our system that were a function of largely driven by the asset itself.
But paired with some sort of human-related activity, like a vehicle damage, excavation?
No.
Were they associated with corrosion?
In a manner of speaking, they could be. Cast iron doesn't corrode in the traditional sense of other metallic piping materials. It graphitizes, which is can be thought of as a corrosive process, but becomes brittle and then fails when subject to forces that it would normally be expected to sustain.
What about joint or fitting failure?
What about?
You said that the high consequence events that you're aware of were not associated with vehicle damage or excavation or the like. So I was asking if they were caused by, well, first erosion, but would another one be joint or fitting failure?
Yeah, I can't give the specifics, but I know there was an explosion a number of years ago in Prince George's County that ultimately was the outcome of a mechanical coupling leak. So it does happen.
Can you tell me how, if at all, consequence is distributed across the gas system spatially in your analysis?
Objection, that's not relevant to the issues set for this hearing here. It's not related to JANA, its capabilities, its validation, its ability to select projects.
It's related to how the company assesses risk and what it does to address the risk.
The spread of risk across the system where it may be geographically located is different from JANA's capability to assess risk on the system, and also the validity of JANA's ability to assess that risk.
But a lot of what goes into JANA is basically inputted by the company, at their discretion. So I'm trying to get a handle on what those inputs are, how they're derived, and if spatially, like if the way that they're distributed across the gas system is something that would be factored into by the company.
Yeah, to the extent the witness can testify to how consequences determined throughout the DC Washington gas footprint, please testify.
So the risk locationally is associated with the assets that are prone to leak. So if it's a leak-prone asset, wherever that asset is, fundamentally that's where the risk is. The risk is elevated once you factor in consequence if that asset is in proximity to a structure. So there's a threat of a migration into the structure and therefore an explosion. The risk is elevated from a consequence perspective if that high-risk leak-prone asset is under pavement, because that facilitates migration of gas to places where it can collect and become a threat of explosion. So location does factor in when we're trying to understand risk. I'm not sure if that was what you were trying to clarify, but that's how it flows through the risk analysis process.
No, that's helpful, thank you. If we were to look only at health and safety and environmental risk and not direct economic damage or regulatory and reputation consequences, would that change where risk is concentrated and which projects are selected by WGL each year for replacement?
I'm not sure I got all that, but again, the location of risk is a function of where the leak-prone asset is. That's where the risk is. So some of those consequences are compounded via location. So if I'm at a place of public assembly or school, and there's and that happens to be where the leak-prone asset is, that is compounded. But fundamentally, the location of the asset is the driver of the location of the risk.
Okay. I'd like to understand this process of bundling a little bit better. When Washington Gas identifies a project as corresponding to a JANA bundle, what does that mean? Is there a standard meaning for bundles in the industry?
I attempted to assign a meaning in my testimony. So we have a process that allows us to create focus our design efforts on areas where we think the risk resides. And that process begins with creating subsets of assets that we can then understand the risk associated with those assets. So it's a bundling process. We have worked with JANA to establish an algorithm that goes through every asset on the system and groups them. So a bundle is a group of assets. We then have a risk score for every asset in that bundle, so we can sum that up. Once we've summed that risk score, that is our first pass at the risk associated with that subset of assets. Then we need, in our strategy of being efficient with elimination of risk, then we need to bring in the costs. So we use a indicative cost that is really just a unit rate based on historical actuals for piping of that size and services of those lengths to establish how much broadly it might cost to replace everything in that bundle. So we can divide risk by that dollar value, and we get risk reduced per dollar spent. Then we can rank them. And that is what we do to prioritize our queue of design work. And it is the design work then that yields projects that we ultimately, that can find their way to the project list. But before they make it to the project list, the bundles are refined, so more assets may be added to make the projects more efficient, or less assets if that is the assessment of the signed engineer, we do a Class 3 cost estimate as required by the commission, and we have a new risk and a new dollar amount. So we get a new risk reduced per dollar spent metric, and we re-rank, and that process informs the project list.
Okay, and to be clear, that those are things that occur after JANA produces its initial risk ranking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is essentially the product, the bundling, I guess, and the well, maybe not so much of the bundling, but the cost 3 estimates and re-ranking is the product of Washington Gas.
We're using the JANA risk output, so that doesn't change. The JANA risk output for the asset doesn't change. The aggregation of those assets into an efficient project, that is a result of Washington Gas engineering efforts, and the cost estimate is a result of Washington Gas engineering efforts.
Do you know, does the JANA software look for bundles that make sense as contiguous projects that would be particularly cost effective?
The bundling rules, the business rules we put together to create the bundles do not create, we established a limit on how much footage of assets to put into a given bundle. Because if you just let it go, it's to the maximum extent, you can't have the whole system be a bundle. And it may not, it doesn't really make sense to have a square mile of infrastructure be a bundle. If memory served, we used initially 3,000 feet of infrastructure to form a bundle. That seemed a reasonable place to start. And again, it's just a place to start, because when an engineer puts eyes on it, they decide, in this instance, a little more makes sense or less makes sense, they will make that adjustment, and that will be what moves through to our proposed project list.
And then those projects are re-ranked, correct?
Correct.
And who assigns those rankings after the Washington Gas is,
Again, it's just math. We use the JANA risk and the new cost information, and it's sorted in a spreadsheet. That's something we do.
So Washington Gas comes up with the re-rankings, correct?
Washington Gas puts it in numerical order, correct.
To clarify something from your testimony, do you have that in front of you?
Which piece?
Specifically, Exhibit 4I-2, which I guess would be your
I have the testimony that's labeled 4I. It's called my rejoinder.
Your rejoinder, yeah. Thank you. On page 4 of that testimony, lines 7 through 8.
Yes,
You identified 2 projects that are carryover.
that's correct.
Could you show me where on Exhibit 4I-2 those projects fall? And how that exhibit indicates that they're carryover projects?
Give me one moment, please. So I'm not sure I did identify which two were the carryover in my test. Oh, maybe I did. Hold on. So let's see if we can.
Column labeled carryover, correct?
There's an exhibit to three I, my rebuttal testimony, WG Exhibit 3I. There's a exhibit, then at the top of my page, upper left, it's labeled FC1179 DCGDR 21, follow with attachment 2. And it may be possible to crosswalk the BCAs or bundles identified here, some of which are labeled as carryover. So if I check, let me just double check here.
Well, I'm talking specifically about the project, the extension project list. On that, on the project list itself, how would you be able to identify carryover projects for the extension period?
I'm not sure. We could take a look at a project list, but you know, again, I didn't mean to infer that we wipe the slate and start over every time we begin to consider candidate projects. If we've already identified it to the commission, effectively, in my view, that's the company saying, this is important, we're going to do it. We don't take it back off the list if we've identified it, certainly not if we've started it. That wouldn't be efficient. So we just carry that forward, and then with whatever the remainder of the resources is, that is what we use to look at our re-ranked candidate projects to build out the rest of the project list. So carryover is one instance where it doesn't go back through the ranking process. Another instance where the ranking process may not apply, as we talked about a little bit, is Program 10 projects. I don't believe that's going to be applicable going forward.
Okay, but let's go back to Exhibit 4I-2. Right? And if you look at BCA 309617, which is ranked 77 on that list, I believe.
Hold on, let me get to the exhibit. Okay. 4I is my testimony. 4I2 is the 22-month extension project list. I'm there.
Okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about. If you look at the project that's ranked 77, see that?
See it?
That's BCA 309617, correct? And the project origination is described as risk leak-based, JANA total mitigable risk 45099 with no mark in the carryover column. Is that correct?
That's what the exhibit shows, yes.
Okay, and if you look at what was ranked 134, which is BCA 309629, that project origination is described as risk leak-based, JANA total mitigable risk 286364, and no mark in the carryover column. Is that correct?
That looks correct.
Okay. Do you have in front of you what was marked as DCG-4, cross-examination exhibit DCG-4, which was Washington Gas's response to DCG DR 2-8 and 11, informal case 1154?
I'm sure I don't have that.
Would you accept subject to check that this exhibit or this data response contains an attachment that lists all the projects in the extension list?
Yes?
I'm going to ask questions without the exhibit in front of him.
Your Honors, it looks like we may have copies of 1154's data responses here with us today. Give us a moment. We're going to try to retrieve it to give it to the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. For the record, those data responses were a stipulation agreed to be admitted to the record. That was 1154 DR 2-8, DCG 2.
Yes.
Okay, I have it.
Okay,
The
thank you.
Question.
Right, so you have in front of you was marked DCG-4, which is Washington Gas's response to DC data request 2-8 in formal case 1154.
I have it.
Now, this data response contains an attachment that lists all the projects in the extension list. Is that correct?
It should, that it has the same title as the other exhibit we were just looking at. In terms of, it's labeled FC1154 Pipe 2 Revised 22-month Extension Project List. They both have that label.
Do you know how does this information compare with the exhibit 4I-2?
I do not. I didn't sponsor the data request, and I can't speak with much specificity on how it was compiled.
Would you say that it's like a superset, like this data response contains more information, but it also includes ongoing projects, not just the new ones, correct?
I don't know if it's, based on the label, the title put on the table, I think it's reasonable to assume it's the same. The first table that was an exhibit to the testimony for I-2 has more information in that it has the mitigatable risk, and it has a rank, and it has blanks for comments and carryovers. I'm not sure if that's because that data didn't or doesn't exist, or perhaps wasn't relevant to the reason WG4I2 was created, but without going line by line, I can't tell you all the differences.
But you would agree, would you not, that this exhibit contains ongoing projects in addition to the new projects?
I believe that's true.
And are the BCAs that you identified as carryovers labeled as carryovers in this response?
I don't know. There's nothing labeled as carryover in 4I2. I don't know if that was, I don't know why that is.
Are the two projects, BCA 309629, the one ranked 134, and the one ranked 77, 309617 in your exhibit to your testimony, are they identified as carryovers in this data response?
Again, there's no marks in the carryover column.
Right, but in DCG-4, if you look at the column to the far right, it's entitled carryover. There's quite a few carryovers. Do you know whether or not those two projects that were identified, that were not identified as carryovers in the exhibit to your testimony, are identified as carryovers in this data response?
Well, I see that the paper copy may be more representative of 4I2 than I credited. The way the printing is organized, it's kind of two columns on two separate pages. So let me get to the 34. So the item ranked 134, which is 286, mitigatable risk of 286364. Because of the way the paper printed, I can't trace it back over to the BCA. That is not labeled as carryover in either of the exhibits. Let me see if I can find 77. 77, which has the same mitigatable risk, same rank, neither is labeled as carryover on either exhibit.
Sorry. They're not, okay, so these projects are not identified as carryovers in this response.
Based on my inspection, again, I didn't perform this review ahead of time, but yeah, it's blank in the carryover column on both documents. Again, as I explained, from the use of the data, we think once it's made a project list, it should complete the process, and that's how we treat it.
I have some follow-up questions about your rejoinder testimony. I wanted to ask about, do you have it in front of you?
Which piece of testimony?
Rejoinder?
Yes, I have it.
There's a passage on page 4, lines 11 through 18. And this section addresses 7 projects with low cost effectiveness, along with all but 9 of the other projects in the extension list. And they were all in the top 200 projects by risk cost effectiveness. Could you explain in detail how Washington Gas's project selection works, such that you proceed with a project that ranks 191st or 192nd, for example, and but skips over all the projects between 169 and 191, or between 96 and 108 on the list?
So I described how we do it a moment ago, but I can try again, and I think I described in testimony, and there's an exhibit that explains if you're looking at there's an exhibit where the risk ranking is provided and where numbers appear to have been skipped. We detailed the reasons why they were skipped, and give me a moment, if it's useful, I can identify the exhibit. But to respond to your question, when we rank it, we start with the bundle, we adapt the bundle to into a project, we get a project cost. For any funding that is not already spoken for to accommodate carryover projects, or that is earmarked for addressing eligible material that is actively leaking, that leaves an amount of resourcing available to do the rest of the projects. We go down the list of candidate projects, top to bottom from a ranking perspective, and we try to populate the project list to make use of all the resources available. In developing the candidate projects, we start with the most promising bundles, and we begin investing design work. If at the time the project list is due, we have not fully developed enough projects to populate the entire list, we may submit it with bundle level detail, and then we update the list with a design and a cost estimate as soon as that's available. So that could contribute to what would look like a deviation in the ranking, but at the end of the day, it is still relying on the process described to identify the most promising projects from an efficiency standpoint and get those onto the project list.
So the risk ranking is updated when the cost estimates are revised, is that correct?
When the project is fully defined or more fully defined and the cost estimates are available, yes, we recalculate risk reduced per dollar spent. The risk assigned to each asset didn't change.
But it can't be based on the JANA cost estimates only because it correctly reflects a much lower cost for abandonment projects.
So there are no quote-unquote JANA cost estimates. JANA uses unit costs that we develop and supply, and that's incorporated in their output so that it's all in one spreadsheet, basically. The abandonment-only work was an outcome of an effort by the company because our bundling rules that we implemented with the JANA deployment, there was nothing in there to ask the algorithm to seek out abandonment-only opportunities. We did that manually. We did that because at face value, it will be cheaper to abandon an asset to eliminate its associated risk if we have that opportunity because no customers are associated and we don't otherwise harm reliability. If that's possible, abandonment without replacement is logically cheaper. So we had our engineering and system analysis, system planning team go through and do a dedicated assessment of the system and look for those opportunities where we had eligible pipe, that there wasn't a compelling reason to leave it in service. And we said, well, let's do a risk reduced per dollar spent, but the dollars aren't the dollars are for elimination and abandonment of the asset. So again, eliminating the risk. And those were incorporated with using that same risk reduced per dollar metric.
Okay. So a project whose cost grows a lot between the JANA estimate and the Class 3 estimate ends up dropping down on the list. Why doesn't Washington Gas set aside projects that turn out to be expensive and add different ones that are expected to be more cost effective?
We do. That's exactly what we do. And that also may lead to an appearance of skipping if a bundle if we're looking at a bundle ranking and suddenly a bundle disappears from consideration, it may be because we did the design and the cost estimate, it did turn out to be much more expensive. And so for the amount of risk that was mitigatable, it drops down from consideration.
At any point during the project prioritization and selection process, are NPAs or pipeline repairs considered?
I'm going to object to that. Non-pipeline alternatives are also among the items that had been identified as being outside the scope of material issues of fact and dispute in this proceeding. Footnote 33 of paragraph 12 of Order 22735.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to identify, where in the ranking process, if they're considered at all. Not, how they would be considered or how they value it, but just.
Are they considered?
In a manner of speaking, on kind of a global level, so I will say that lining was discussed initially, and the lined assets is a lined piece of cast iron is its own asset family. So we look at the risk or the leak performance on that separately. So I don't consider logically lining a non-pipe alternative because I still have a pipe. I still have an old pipe that now has a liner, and I may have bought some time, but I still have a pipe. So to me, logically, it's not a non-pipe asset, a non-pipe alternative. A non-pipe alternative could be demand reduction, customer attrition. If customers are making these electrification choices, they're coming off the system. We don't replace those assets if they make those choices. We did propose a choice program. We would notify those customers, and based on their response, we would modify our replacement plans accordingly. So one might consider that a non-pipe alternative. To the extent energy efficiency programs are reducing demand, it may be possible to put in a somewhat smaller pipe. And those are all considered because we have to do the hydraulic analysis to assess each replacement design and say, is that sufficient for what we see going forward? So that folds into that network hydraulic analysis and the load planning. So I'm not sure how others think of non-pipe alternatives, but when I think of a few of the more obvious ones, that's what comes to mind.
And where in the process would that analysis take place? In the ranking process?
Which analysis?
In the risk ranking analysis for projects, where
it would come out in the design. So again, if I had if load attrition, customer attrition had reduced the need, and a degraded asset we find it's overbuilt, we would propose a design with a smaller asset, a less expensive asset, and serve the remaining needs. So it comes through in the design and costing.
I don't believe I have any more questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's my understanding that OPC does not have any questions.
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Sierra Club, you have possibly light questioning. Should we squeeze in before lunch, or would you rather take a lunch recess first?
We actually have no questions.
No questions, okay. You need to redirect Washington Gas?
A moment, Your Honor, while I just check my notes. Redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, we will, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murphy, you and Mr. Caldwell were having a conversation at about 11:30. I hope you will recall it. I understand it was a while ago. About 5 different factors that your company uses and that your company uses: health and safety, environmental impacts, economic loss. You remember those 5 factors that you discussed?
Yeah.
And a value was given to each one of those different factors?
Well, so those were categories of consequences that we consider, and the value was based on the analysis, each category's contribution towards overall risk.
Okay. If the values of some of these factors were changed, let's say environmental impacts went from 4% to 25. And therefore, maybe regulatory impact came down from 30 to 5, something like that. Might your work look differently? Might you approach your work differently?
Difficult to speculate. I would not think it would change much, because remember, the key event is the leak. We're going after the assets that leak. And so those percentages that we discussed.
Which is an environmental impact.
It is there are environmental impacts. So we could sit down and re-examine or re-quantify how do we quantify the environmental impacts of a leak, and come up with a different way to value it. And that would affect the risk score for anything that leaked. And so we're still attacking the same assets. The risk score changes for anything that leaked. To my understanding, we do make different assumptions in terms of the volumes of gas escaping for different classes of leaks and different failure modes. Like a cracked piece of cast iron, it's a lot more gas than a little pinhole corrosion leak. So we do look at the failure mode to kind of assess the volume, and that may drive the consequence. So not all environmental impacts would be the same. If we valued that differently, it might be different for different failure modes. But yeah, that would drive the number in the consequence column, but the likelihood, we're still going after the same assets, the assets that leak.
Okay. Similarly, for your health and safety factors here.
Again, we're not picking those weightings. Those weightings are the outcome of the valuation we were able to come up with. And in the health and safety instance, that weighting is a result of the industry intelligence that Dr. Oliphant talked about.
Understood. Okay.
Those incidents have a cost that PHMSA has helped us understand, and they occur at a frequency. And because it's thankfully infrequent, we have to look across the industry to establish that frequency. And so that 2%, that's not our number. That is an outcome of the valuation, that exercise that we went through.
All right. I appreciate your response there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Okay. We will take a lunch recess. Right now it's 1 o'clock. Let's resume at 1:40. Thank you. Okay, I believe we concluded with witness Murphy from WGL, so we will now pick up with your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Washington Gas calls Mr. Aaron Stuber to testify.
You can please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stuber.
Good afternoon.
A couple quick questions for you, starting at the beginning of your direct testimony. Does the JANA model prohibit you from producing a schedule for the entire project?
It's not a scheduling tool, it's a risk ranking tool.
Does the model prohibit project scheduling?
The project enhances identification of the riskiest assets, which a schedule could be derived from after engineering analysis is done, as mentioned by witness Murphy.
Is that a no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is that a no?
Yeah, it's not a scheduling tool. It's a risk tool.
Yes, I recognize that it's a risk tool. I'm just asking if the risk tool prohibits scheduling for the project.
It enhances, it assists with the scheduling is what it does.
Good. Now, you note that the model includes threats of third-party damages on page 4 of your testimony. Is that right?
It includes excavation damages, yes.
In the event that a third-party construction is canceled, is there an immediate re-ranking of projects within JANA?
I think you're confusing threats, the threat of a, maybe rephrase the question.
JANA model includes threats of third-party damage.
Right.
The project list resulting therefrom incorporates that risk and projects that would be related to that risk. You agree?
Right.
In the event that a third-party project construction is canceled, is there an immediate re-ranking of the project list or the project selected by JANA?
That would be, yes, that would be considered. If, I think witness Oliphant mentioned that JANA did a study for us and evaluated the threat of construction around some of our high-risk facilities such as cast iron. And
so, this immediate re-ranking of projects, is it separate from the annual updates of projects that you testified takes place in JANA?
I'm not sure if this is normal, but there's some sort of echo. Is it sitting in the seat? It's hard to hear.
At least from my position, I'm not having that echo, Your Honor. I just don't know. It might be acoustics.
Yeah, I'm not picking up an echo up here either.
Yeah.
I'm not having an echo, but I can hear something blowing over to you.
Yeah.
that you
Yes,
may
I
be
hear
talking
all of you
about.
fine. Your questions are a little muffled.
I'll try it one more time. Is that helpful?
We can try it.
You just said that there is an immediate re-ranking of projects within JANA if a third-party construction is stopped, right?
That would be evaluated. Now, that's downstream of my testimony. That's with the project selection. My testimony is related to
Mr. Stuber,
the implementation of the
referring
JANA
to
model.
Page 4, lines 9 to 11 of your testimony. I'm just asking if there's an immediate re-ranking of projects. You had answered yes, and so I followed up and I said, is that immediate re-ranking separate from the annual updates that you say occurs, annual project updates that you say occurs in JANA? Are they two different things?
The annual updates from JANA are fed to the distribution engineering group, who then design the projects, and they have awareness of construction around our facilities. They would make the appropriate decisions regarding the schedule of the construction projects around our facilities.
Identify the they. Who is they?
Distribution engineering.
Let's talk about duty and data in JANA. You oversee TIMP, DIMP, FIMP, right?
That's correct.
And generally, before these three, call them cousins, were codified by PHMSA, the company had been engaging in these kinds of integrity management programs, right?
We have integrity management activities preceded PHMSA's mandate of the implementation of these programs.
And part of the data that you, so now just focusing on the DIMP part, which is what we're concerned with here, part of the information, data that you feed into JANA includes pipe life, age, and so forth, characteristics essentially of the various facilities under DIMP, right?
Yes.
And would you say a pipe is average 55 years old of life?
I think that was the average age of a pipe by pipe material type was included in our district safe plan. I would say that I'm not sure that overall average.
Yeah, no, I was asking, you've been an engineer about 30 plus years. I'm just saying, generally speaking, pipe life is about 55 years. Does that sound right?
That depends on a lot of variables.
So in the last, just because all of the proceedings and orders of this commission are acknowledged in this proceeding without laying foundation and passing them out, in the just concluded rate case, Washington Gas proposed an about 55-year life for most
Objection, relevance, and outside.
The relevance is, it is not outside of the scope, Your Honor. The question that I was asking is about data that feeds into DIMP using JANA. The witness appears to not have been able to recall that the company has recently taken a position on one simple data set. So that's to refresh his memory if he cannot recall that from just his experience as an engineer over 30 years in this industry.
I believe what the witness said was it depends on different pipe type, and I think to refresh his recollection, it would have to be his own testimony, not testimony of anybody within the party. But to the extent that he can testify broadly to what he believes to be the average pipe life, that's certainly permissible.
That's something that I don't know, and I did not include that in my testimony.
Subject to check. Would you agree that Washington Gas has taken the position that much of its pipe right now, not including the pipes that are the focus of District Safe, Would you agree that generally the company proposes a life of about 55?
Objection again, and this one is even one step further afield. She has identified pipes that are not a part of district safe. I do not see the relevance to a proceeding about pipes subject to district safe.
Your Honor, the witness just made a distinction that you acknowledged, and I'm just also acknowledging that distinction.
I'll give a little bit of leeway, but please tie it
Understood.
together.
So where are we at? What is your question?
Subject to check. Washington Gas has taken the position that generally its pipes have an average life of about 55 years.
You can point me to that. I don't recall that being included in our in my testimony or in the district safe plan.
In the universe of your awareness of Washington Gas operations and filings, would you concede that the company has taken a position that it's...
I don't know, I think is the answer.
Okay. All right. Now, in this accelerated replacement plan, the company has identified that there are several hundreds miles of pipes that are about 103 years old or 90 years old in the ground.
Can you repeat that? It's still, I don't know if you need to be closer to your microphone or it's.
If I get any closer.
Okay, there's some acoustics going on for.
Mr. Stuber, sorry for the interruption. Perhaps you could scooch down a little bit away from the fan. There's one. And bring your microphone with you. Try it from there. Thank you.
Washington Gas has identified that there are several hundred miles of pipes that are 103 years old or 90 years old, thereabout, that need to be replaced under the ARP. You agree with that?
There are several hundred miles of pipe that are eligible for the approved programs with the approved ARP program.
Does the number 103 years old or 90 years old sound about right to you?
I recall 103 years old being the average age of our cast iron infrastructure.
Does the age of the pipe indicate that the utility filled at DIMP prior to ARP?
Objection, and also, can that be restated? I didn't hear if that was failed or filled, and also vague as to what it would mean by failed or filled with respect to a DIMP prior to the ARP.
Please clarify your question.
Average life of your pipes is about 55 years old. You have 103-year-old pipes in the ground. That indicates a failure of the DIMP prior to the ARP.
Objection as to that question as outside the scope of this proceeding and not among the material issues.
Your Honor, this is not outside the scope for the following reason. The company is expected to present its case to substantiate that the Jana risk model accurately evaluates pipeline risk and prioritizes project selection. If the software that is now being used is doing the right thing, we first have to establish whether or not the right thing was being done before it was being used. And that's exactly what that question goes to.
That argument actually demonstrates that this is outside the scope of issues within this proceeding. This is inquiring to pre-district safe and also pre-ARP integrity management of.
That is inaccurate, Your Honor.
So I'm actually going to sustain the objection.
May I rephrase my question, Your Honor?
You can attempt to, yes.
Thank you. ...103-year-old pipes are in the ground today because they were not removed via DIMP. Would you agree with that?
DIMP didn't exist until, I believe, 2009.
Yes, and that's why you established that integrity management preceded 2009 with the company.
We've had a risk model since the year 2000.
So is that a yes?
We used the risk model for replacement projects prior to DIMP being established.
Thank you, Mr. Stuber. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sierra Club?
No questions.
According to my matrix, do not have you guys having any cross-examination, but has that changed?
No, that still holds true, Your Honor.
Okay.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Stuber, do you have a copy of your direct testimony in front of you that was being inquired about on cross?
Yes, I do.
Could you turn back to the passage on page 4, lines 9 to 11 that counsel for OPC was questioning you about?
Yes.
And could you read the sentence at page 4, lines 9 to 11 out loud, please?
In a fully probabilistic risk model, different types of threats are evaluated, including corrosion threats, joint failure, and third-party damage.
And the questions that you heard on cross-examination related to third-party damage and reevaluation, with respect to this sentence, is this going to how Washington Gas schedules and selects projects, or is it going to how it ultimately assesses risk using its risk model?
These are the threats that go into calculating risk.
And when we talk about a third-party damage or work that might be performed, which compels Washington Gas to replace pipe, do you understand that to be the same as the risk we're talking about here, or a type of project that Washington Gas might complete under its accelerated pipeline replacement programs?
Can you state that again?
Sure. When you say third-party damage in lines 9 to 11 on page 4, that's referring specifically to a risk type. Is that correct?
It's a threat, which feeds into the calculation of risk.
It's a threat.
Yes.
So versus if a project that is a third-party project is driving the need to replace pipe, is that the same as a threat or something that drives project selection?
It's a threat.
And when you talk about the reevaluation with respect to threat of third-party damage or that third-party project driving the replacement, does that reevaluation occur as a part of the assessment of risk or project selection and the build-out of a project list?
It's both. The risk, the calculation of risk informs the project list.
And I believe you said this on direct, but ultimately that assessment of how that is handled, who's that handled by?
The distribution engineering group.
And do you have oversight or responsibility for the distribution engineering group?
I do not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Stuber. Please call your next witness.
This time, Your Honors, Washington Gas calls Mr. Wayne Ackus to take the stand.
Please proceed.
I think he pronounced it Hackus. All right. Mr. a few questions for you here. You sponsor sections 4, 5, and 6 of the plan, right? Right. Now, looking at your direct testimony, using JANA, WGL is continuing its pipes 2 approach to pipe replacement. Is that right?
Excuse me, Mr. Yakas, can you press the button?
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can you point me where my testimony? Thank you.
Direct testimony, page 13, and I will read to you from line 19 to 21. The company is not fundamentally altering the district safe plan approach from what the commission approved through the pipes 2 proceeding. Did I read that correctly?
Objection outside the scope of material issues.
It is not outside the scope. The point is JANA is using the same, the question was, is JANA doing this? It's within the scope.
Sorry, first let me say this. When people are making arguments, please let both parties finish their argument before you interrupt. I will allow some latitude to allow counsel to lay the foundation for where she'll tie this in. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hackus, did I read that correctly?
Yes, but also said that would target the same vintage material that comprised pipes 2 while incorporating the company's experience and lessons learned.
So the company is not fundamentally altering the approach using JANA, right?
It actually changes because in pipes 2, we have distinguished programs, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and 10. In District Safe, we're getting rid of the programs. We're still targeting the same materials, so we're being material agnostic and using the JANA risk model tool to populate the highest rank segments and bundles, and then use the approach of risk reduced per dollar spent.
And then on page 14, the company's line 7, the company is focused on replacing eligible materials based on the JANA risk model and risk reduced per dollar spent metric regardless of material type. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, and it also said to maximize benefits.
Mr. Hackus, if I would like you to expand on your answer, I'll be certain to ask so. I appreciate the extra information. Thank you. Now, your testimony also identifies that projects may be selected due to certain operational considerations. Does that sound about right, sir?
What line are you reading from? I'm sorry.
Oh, I wasn't reading. I was asking from your recollection of your testimony that
That is what my testimony says, yes.
all right. Now, let's just turn really quickly to JANA program selection. Just a couple questions there. On page 20, you note that you will, or the company will, execute capacity expansion projects.
Where do you, that's not in my testimony. Where do you see that in my testimony?
Page 20, line 1 to 3, it says, in relevant part, the company's plan will improve reliability by upgrading low-pressure systems to medium-pressure systems. Did I read that correctly, sir?
That is correct, but that's not improving or increasing capacity for additional customers. Further, my testimony detail why we do that.
Yes, on page 23, you note that this capacity expansion is not for the purpose of increasing revenue by directly connecting infrastructure replacements. You do note that. Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you had referred to order number 20671, which was earlier pre-marked as OPC Exhibit 3. I'm presuming that you have access to that, but at paragraph 3 of order number 20671,
Said OPC exhibit.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning if we're asking now about compliance with an order that is not even an order at this docket. Again, we are a field of the material issue of fact.
Your
Disputes
Honor.
that for this proceeding. And also, I would just note that while parties have served their cross-examination exhibits, they are required to bring copies to be able to provide to counsel and witnesses at this proceeding. So I am not sure if Mr. Akis has a copy of that with him, as we have not been provided a copy of that yet in physical form.
Your Honor, counsel does not yet know what I'm going to ask, so he was speculating as to what the purpose of the question was. Second, parties were duly served before the end of time specified by the commission. Third, this commission takes cognizance of its own orders. Fourth, this witness referred to this order in his testimony. And so, with your permission, Your Honor, I just had a quick point to make there so we could move along.
If the question is related to the matters before and that have been laid out in this hearing, then yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hackus, paragraph 60 of Order 20671 says, in part, the Commission did not approve the company to complete independent conversions and recover costs through the project pipe surcharge. The Commission did direct the company to review and consider low pressure to medium pressure conversions independent of project pipes work. My question to you is, based on your proposal, this district safe plan, will customers pay surcharge for your capacity expansions?
Objection. Again, now we're talking about what customers will pay for under the surcharge, and we're trying to tie it back to a prior order not at this docket and also outside the scope of the material issues of fact and dispute in this proceeding.
For the third time, Your Honor, his own witness cited to this order. So this isn't outside of the scope of this docket or this hearing. And the question is, if the commission had prohibited this action, I'm asking the witness if that's what they're doing or they have proposed nonetheless. And to the extent that the commission's orders require that the company substantiate the appropriateness of its project selections, then it is absolutely within the scope of this limited evidentiary hearing.
So in Order 22735, the Commission stated very clearly that the scope of this hearing will be limited to the JANA model's capability and its validation against actual leaked data. The fact that the witness referenced this order in his testimony, which covered a number of different areas that are not up or before the Commission during this hearing, is inconsequential. Therefore, I'm going to sustain this objection and ask you to move on.
If I may crave your indulgence, Your Honor.
Sure.
To the extent that a lawful act of an agent is the act of the principal, in Order 22737, this commission did state that WGL is to substantiate that the risk model accurately evaluates pipeline risk and prioritizes project selection. The question that I have asked goes to project selection using JANA.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
This question does not go to project selection using JANA. It goes to a question of whether or not there is compliance with a prior commission order here related to a specific type of work being conducted. It has nothing to do with JANA's capabilities. It has nothing to do with its validation against actual leaked data. And this question does not even tie into how JANA informs project selection.
Any response, Counselor?
Yes, Your Honor. The section from page 15, the witness is addressing the question, how is JANA used to select projects? And a part of that explanation includes capacity expansion. Yes, capacity expansion is prohibited, but it's in the plan, it's in the proposal. And so the question remains, is JANA selecting, well, they've said JANA is selecting capacity expansion. And it's fair to ask, in substantiating the case for project selection, whether contrary to precedent and requirements of a commission, whether in fact customers will be paying for building out, expanding Washington Gas capacity as a part of accelerated pipe replacement, because that's what JANA supposedly is selecting.
So it's my reading of the testimony that it says that they're upgrading the low pressure systems to medium pressure systems. This can reduce water infiltration into the pipeline, which causes outages and reduces the risk of overpressuring customer house piping, as occurred in the Merrimack Valley incident. It seems to me that when you initially asked this question of the witness, they said this was not for capacity expansion. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, I think not. He said that it's not for increasing revenues, and I agreed with him that on page 23, they do say that they will not directly connect new customers to the incoming capacity expansion infrastructure. So that's not what I was asking, Your Honor.
May I be heard on this?
Yes.
We can have the court reporter read this back, but when asked this question originally, the witness reread the subject line of his testimony related to the upgrade of low to medium pressure systems, and then also reaffirmed that's for reliability purposes, not for capacity expansion purposes. Furthermore, again, this is attempting to tie in an issue, i.e. cost recovery, which is not within the material issues of fact and dispute in this proceeding, and therefore outside the scope of this hearing.
I'm going to sustain this objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Sierra Club.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
DC Government.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. I believe that concludes Washington Gas's witnesses. DC Government.
Your Honor, before we call our witness, I had one matter in my cross of witness Murphy. I had identified a data request that was from formal case 1180, and so I don't think we had any sort of stipulation or agreement with counsel about that, so I would like to move that data request or data response into the record as DCG-4.
Yeah, I believe you made the requested time, but and counsel did not object to it. Is that correct?
I think that it was, the specific request was to mark and identify the same, but to the extent it's being offered for admission, we have no objection.
So admit it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll now turn to DC Government for their witness.
The district government now calls witness Dr. Asa Hopkins to the stand.
Thank you.
Hello, am I connected?
We hear you, just waiting to see you.
Okay, I turned my camera on to when it comes through.
We see you.
Okay.
Sir, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do so affirm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hopkins. Are you able to hear me okay right now?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
If at any time you have trouble hearing me, please let me know.
I do.
you have a
Same goes
copy?
the other way.
Do you have a copy of Exhibit DCG A with you here today?
Could you remind me what that is?
That would be a copy of your fully conformed direct testimony.
Yes, I do have that.
And does it also contain exhibits DCGA-1 through DCGA-9?
I can get those. I don't have them open just at the moment, but if you need me to find them, then I can get them.
We'll do so. Could you turn to page 12, exhibit DCGA, make reference to lines 6 to 7, and let me know when you're there.
So you said page 12?
Yes, lines 6 to 7.
Yes, found it.
Page 12, lines 6 to 7, you state that the company does not state when or how it expects ALD results to be incorporated into the JANA risk model. Is that correct?
Yep.
Aren't leaks identified through ALD repaired and the information related to those leaks provided to JANA?
Well, I think there's a difference between identifying leaks and repairing them. Not all leaks are immediately repaired, but yes, broadly speaking, as WGL takes actions on its system, my understanding is that it would update the JANA software to include the relevant information about the state of its system.
And this information is updated on an annual basis as the company and JANA update the model. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Could you turn to page 15, lines 13 to 15 of Exhibit DCG-A, and let me know when you're there?
Page 15, lines 13 to 15, is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
In this portion of your direct testimony, do you testify that it is not clear that JANA's performance is any better than would be accomplished by simply estimating that leaks are more likely to occur on older assets or those made of cast iron or bare steel?
That's what the testimony says, yes.
And just to confirm we're on the same page here, would this method of estimating leaks be considered a simplistic model in your view?
It was definitely simpler than the various commercial software like JANA that's out there. And simplistic implies sort of more simple than would be useful. But I do think that that this method would clearly be better than some alternatives. So I'm not sure that I would go all the way to calling it simplistic.
Could you please read aloud for me then on page 15 from line 25, the sentence starting with "in short" to the end of that sentence on page 16, line 1?
Yeah, in short, all the complexity and detail of the JANA Lighthouse model would allow WGL to reduce estimated risk by less than 3% more than using a simplistic model based on age and material alone. Yeah, there I suppose I do use the term simplistic to describe the approach I described above. So,
Don't you also state at this portion of your testimony that JANA does outperform a simplistic model as you've used that term?
yes, by about 3%.
Is it your opinion that a simplistic model based on age and material alone would meet all of Washington Gas's operational needs?
No.
And it's not your opinion that a simplistic model based on age and material alone would meet all of Washington Gas's regulatory needs, is it?
Correct. Simply that incremental benefit is marginal from a risk quantification standpoint. There may be other merits and needs to use a more complex model.
Just to come back to the answer you gave, there is an incremental benefit, isn't there?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of what has been previously marked and identified as Exhibit DCGA-6?
Let me see that. Let me find that one. It's confidential. I had the public version of my direct open, so I can go find it. But if you give me a moment.
I'll give you a moment. And just for clarity of the record here, I do not believe these questions are going to get into the specific details of that exhibit. They're going to be general in nature, but if you feel the need to reference specifics, please let me know so we can go on the confidential record.
Okay. All right, let me. I made this the full confidential version of this is 4,600 and something pages. So just take me a moment to make the computer do what it's supposed to do.
Understood. Just let us know when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, I have it up now.
Is it fair to say your understanding of the information contained in this exhibit are outputs from the JANA risk assessment model? My understanding is that the overall risk number here is an output from the JANA model. The classification of a particular asset by what type it is, what material it is, what length it is, what year it was installed, those are presumably WGL data that don't require the JANA model. Understood. And with respect to the information in DCG A-6, that is asset-specific data, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Is it your understanding also that these are not project bundle data?
Correct.
And this is not candidate project data, is it?
Correct.
And based on your review of the data contained in Exhibit DCG A-6, would you agree with me that the blends of mains and services chosen by Washington Gas is likely to be reasonably close to the most risk that could practically be reduced for the amount of investment that the company proposes to make in this proceeding?
Could you say that back again?
Certainly. Based on your review of the data contained in DCG A-6, would you agree that the blend of mains and services chosen by Washington Gas is likely to be reasonably close to the most risk that could practically be reduced for the amount of investment that the company proposes to make in this proceeding?
I don't think I agree with that. Based on the work that I was able to do looking at WGL's project selection in the extensions to Project Pipes 2, as well as evaluation of the GIS data in which we were able to incorporate asset level risk data, I believe that there are indications there that WGL does not fully optimize and select the most risk bang for buck projects than it might be able to. This particular exhibit, DCG6, does not contain enough information to answer your question one way or the other.
Could you turn to page 21 of Exhibit DCGA and let me know when you're on that page?
Yeah, I'm there.
On lines 21 to 23 of page 21 of Exhibit DCGA, isn't it your testimony that the blend that WGL has chosen, if it targets the highest risk mains and services, is likely to be reasonably close to the most risk that could practically be reduced for the amount of investment that WGL proposes to make?
I think the distinction I would make is that the question of if it targets the highest risk mains and services, and also the fact that I was able to review additional information after I wrote this testimony that colors and informs my understanding as to whether WGL does an optimal job of selecting a blend of assets to replace.
In your direct testimony, based on your review of the data in Exhibit DCGA-6, don't you state that this speaks well of Washington Gas Light's proposed blend of mains and services, and also means there is little room for optimization within the replacement paradigm that could make the overall proposition more cost-effective?
Objection asked and answered. Witness Hopkins already identified the reason behind his testimony here and his assessment of GIS data obtained and evaluated after producing this testimony.
May I be heard on this, Your Honor? What I would note here is that despite the fact that he has updated additional data, the witness stood by prior conclusions in his direct testimony, and specifically noted as such in his rejoinder testimony. That conclusion has not been specifically updated or modified at this time, and he's attempting to change that direct testimony here on the stand today. I'm allowed to ask about this inconsistent statement.
In response to that, what conclusion are you pointing to in his rejoinder testimony?
Specifically on page 2 of Exhibit DCGA 2A, lines 3 to 4, the witness states, "The conclusions from my direct testimony have not changed, but in addition, I also now conclude that," and goes on to specify various items that he has updated at this point. The prior conclusions have not changed.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the section of the rejoinder testimony you're citing?
Page 2, lines 3 to 4.
Your Honor, the rejoinder testimony identifies that his conclusions have not changed, but also identifies additional conclusions as well. Those conclusions can be encapsulated in what Mr. Hopkins is identifying as change based on his assessment of the GIS data.
I'm going to allow a little latitude here. It seems as if the first question that counsel from WGL asked about was pertaining to one sentence, and the second question was dealing with the following sentence. So I'll let him continue with that, and then on redirect, if need be, counsel can certainly clean up the distinctions that were made and why those conclusions changed.
So to repeat my question for you, Dr. Hopkins, on page 21, lines 23 to 26 of your direct testimony, am I correct that you state that this speaks well of WGL's proposed blend of mains and services? It also means there is little room for optimization within the replacement paradigm that could make the overall proposition more cost-effective.
That's what it says. If I could elaborate a little bit and explain the point there.
You are permitted to do that on redirect if counsel so desires. Do you have a copy of the affidavit that you submitted on behalf of DCG on August 11th, 2025 with you here today?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you have a copy of that in front of you.
I have it up.
Okay. Paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you state that you and Ellen Carlson reviewed the company's GIS database on July 23rd to 24th of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, the some of the information's in paragraph 3, but yes, that's all correct.
Is Ellen Carlson the only other Synapse employee that you identify in your affidavit as assisting your review of the company's GIS database?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that you have been provided, but at this time I'd request permission to approach Ben's opposing counsel in term with what has been previously marked and identified as WGL Cross-Examination Exhibit 8. And do you have a copy of that, Dr. Hopkins?
I do.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document that has been previously marked and identified as Washington Gas Light Cross-Examination Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is it a copy of the biography of Ellen Carlson from the Synapse Energy Economics Incorporated website?
Yes.
And Synapse regularly maintains biographies on behalf of its employees in the course of its normal business. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the information contained in that document true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honors, I would move for the admission of WGL Cross-Examination Exhibit 8 into the record.
No objection.
So admitted.
And just to confirm, Dr. Hopkins, would you agree that this is the biography of the same Ellen Carlson that assisted you in your review of the company's GIS data on July 23rd to 24th of this year?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm going to allow it. That's fine.
Yes, that's the same Ellen.
I'm going to now confirm, do you have a copy of what has been previously marked and identified as WGL Cross-Examination Exhibit 9 today with you, Dr. Hopkins?
I do.
And permission to approach bench counsel in turn with a copy of that exhibit, Your Honors. Do you recognize what the document that has been previously marked and identified as WGL Cross-Examination Exhibit 9 is, Dr. Hopkins?
Yes.
And is it a copy of the resume of Ellen Carlson from the Synapse Energy Economics Incorporated website?
I can't say for sure that that's where you got it from, but it does look like Ellen's resume.
To your knowledge, does Synapse regularly maintain resumes on behalf of its employees on its website in the course of its normal business?
Yes, we do post resumes. Whether we how frequently we're able to update them may vary. I see that this one is updated as of November.
And to your knowledge, is the information contained in a resume such as this document posted on Synapse Energy Economics Incorporated website true and correct?
Yes.
This time, Your Honors, I'd move for the admission of what has been previously marked and identified as Washington Gas Light Cross-Examination Exhibit 9 into the record.
No objection.
So admitted.
So coming back to your affidavit, Dr. Hopkins, you state that Ms. Carlson assisted in your review of the company's GIS database on July 23rd to 24th of this year because she has, and I quote, extensive experience working with various GIS software programs including ArcGIS Pro. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have extensive experience working with various GIS software programs, including ArcGIS Pro?
I have been a consumer of their product and participated in various analyses that use GIS software. I'm not an expert at which button to press to make it do what, but I'm very familiar with its capabilities.
And due to that lack of expertise, is that why you asked Ms. Carlson to assist in your review of the company's GIS database? Yes, she would be familiar with how to make effective use of the limited time we had access to WGL's data. It didn't make sense for me to try to learn how to use the software in that process, nor for me to try to provide instructions step by step to WGL's employee. We tried that for a little bit and it was excruciatingly slow. And would you have been then able to perform this review independently of Ms. Carlson's assistance with your review of the GIS database?
Objection, speculation.
It's asking the witness whether or not he would have the capability to do something independent of the individual who assisted him. I would assume this witness has knowledge about that.
I'll allow it.
I would have been capable of doing the analysis. It would have taken me a very long time and we had a limited time period. Because your experience is more limited than Ms. Carlson's with respect to these programs, is that correct? That's correct. Do you have a copy of what has been previously marked and identified as Exhibit DCG2-A with you here today? Or 2A, excuse me, with you today? Which document is that, just substantively? It would be your fully conformed rejoinder testimony. Yeah, okay, yes, I have that. And would it be fair to say that your rejoinder testimony is ultimately responding to the testimony of company witness Mr. Murphy and Exhibit WG3I? Mr. Murphy and yes. And this is related to your review of the company's GIS database as part of your assessment of the JANA risk assessment model. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. I filed my affidavit. Witness Murphy responded in his testimony, and I used this rejoinder to further elaborate and clarify. Based on your review of Exhibit WG3I, which is Witness Murphy's testimony that we're talking about, is his description of how you reviewed the company's GIS database to identify locations for potential pipeline replacement projects correct? In general terms, yes. Fair to say what you did was look for clusters of assets that, in your view, would have been relatively cost-effective? Appear to have connection issue. Are we back?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Got hiccup there for a second. Could you ask your question again? Yeah. Yes, I can. Fair to say that in your review of the GIS database, you looked for clusters of assets that, in your opinion, would be relatively cost-effective to replace based upon the information in that database? That's correct. And that database includes JANA outputs associated with the assets that you reviewed. Is that correct? Yes. So was your cost effectiveness analysis discussed in your rejoinder testimony based upon a Class 3 engineering cost estimate? No, because I didn't have that information. And just to be clear, you're not an engineer, are you? That's correct. And you do not have the requisite training to develop a Class 3 cost estimate? That's correct. To your knowledge, is Washington Gas required to conduct Class 3 engineering cost estimates as a part of its project selection process before it can include it on an accelerated pipeline replacement program project list? That's my understanding, yes. And do you know why Washington Gas is required to conduct a Class 3 engineering cost estimate for a project before including it on an accelerated pipeline replacement project list? I'm not familiar with the specific details of the creation of that regulation. It makes sense that you would want to have good cost information before proceeding with a project and putting it into rate base or asking ratepayers to pay for it. Could you turn to page 8, lines 21 to 23 of your rejoinder testimony and let me know when you're there?
Page 8, what were the lines?
Lines 21 to 23.
Yeah.
In this passage, do you testify that on average, Washington Gas's cost estimates presented in its formal case 1154 extension project list are about 3% different from the JANA-based estimates for those same projects when considering projects that are primarily replacement?
Yeah, that's what I testified, yes.
When you say on average, does this mean that the cost estimate for each of those projects from the extension list is about 3% different from the JANA-based estimate for the same project on a project-by-project basis?
No, it's more about the aggregate cost. When doing my evaluation and looking for those projects using the best cost information we had, the point was that there are projects that some may end up being more expensive, some may be less expensive than the cost estimates from JANA. The cost estimates from JANA are based on WGL's average costs, which is the reason why the averages are pretty close. It seems reasonable to expect that some, if not all, of the projects that I identified would turn out to remain cost effective after a Class 3 cost estimate. I've seen no evidence that WGL identified those locations or conducted cost estimates for those locations in anything. And none of those assets were identified as being part of bundles that had been evaluated or rejected.
I just want to break down the response that you provided here today. So you would agree that the individual cost comparisons with respect to the extension list versus the JANA-based outputs on an individual project basis may vary by more or less than 3%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you also then agree that some cost estimates from the extension list could also be greater than 3% different?
Correct.
Do you know how many?
I don't have a count, no.
In your view,
some will be high and some will be low.
In your view, is Washington Gas's project selection process for its ARP project lists a complex process or a straightforward process?
The overall structure of it, use JANA to identify candidates, evaluate those candidates, update the cost information, re-rank. Right? That's a pretty straightforward process. In practice, however, there appears to be parts of that process in terms of what happens in this project selection re-ranking process that appear to be convoluted in practice.
Could you turn to page 9 of your rejoinder testimony, making reference to lines 13 to 14, and let me know when you were there?
Yeah.
Leading up to lines 13 to 14, you are summarizing the project selection process described by witness Murphy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on lines 13 to 14, isn't it your testimony that as described, this is a straightforward process?
As described at that high level, and if we trust that that's what WGL actually does, then yes.
Do you testify that this is a straightforward process at the high level that you're mentioning today in your rejoinder testimony?
Yes.
You use the words at a
described by witness Murphy.
You use the words at a high level in lines 13 to 14 of your rejoinder testimony?
Well, I don't use them there, but the few line description and the page or so of description in witness Murphy's testimony, that description describes a straightforward process. Given the complexity of the process as it appears to be implemented, a one-page summary I would describe as a high-level summary of a process, not a detailed summary of the process.
Do you make that distinction that you're drawing here today on page 9 of your rejoinder testimony?
No, I was simply summarizing and describing witness Murphy's testimony in order to provide context for my response.
On page 9, lines 25 to 26, you testify that in your review of the GIS database, you executed the best version of this process that I was capable of with the data WGL made available to me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when we say this process on those lines, we're talking about the project selection process, correct?
The identification of locations where potential locations where a project may make sense. I did not execute the full process that witness Murphy described in terms of developing a risk-ranked selection of all of the bundles across all of WGL system, because I didn't have that information.
Fair to say that what you did was analyze the JANA outputs and the geospatial information to effectively recreate your own project bundling process, correct?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And I believe you testify here also that your version of this process is also based in part on your capabilities. Is that correct?
By capabilities, I mean limited by the data we had, not limited by technical capability. Like if we'd had more and better data, we could have done more and better analysis.
Your ability to perform this analysis, though, would be based in part upon your education, experience, and expertise. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of Exhibit DCGA-1 with you here today?
Yes, I presume that's my resume.
When you have it in front of you, could you please let me know?
Yes, I have it.
And just to confirm, is this exhibit a copy of your resume?
Yes.
And does Exhibit DCGA-1 accurately represent the extent of your education, experience, and expertise upon which you base your testimony in this proceeding?
It's a summary of a whole bunch of different things I've worked on in my life, including a whole bunch of different things that I've written. I'm capable of doing things that are not identified here. A resume doesn't list every single skill that an individual may have, or every piece of experience they may ever acquire in their life.
Okay, so let's talk about some of those skills, experiences, and education then. Do you have any degrees in engineering?
No, my PhD is in physics.
Are you a professional engineer?
No.
Do you have any degrees related to project management?
I am a certified public manager, which included project management training through training while I was a state employee in the state of Vermont.
Do you have any degrees related specifically to natural gas pipeline project management?
No, I don't think that's a thing you can get a degree in.
Are you a certified project management professional?
Well, I just described I just mentioned the certified public manager thing. It's not, there's a slightly different from being a certified project manager, but there's a certain amount of overlap.
You don't identify the fact that you are a certified project management professional within your resume or at any point in your testimony in this proceeding, do you?
That's correct.
And you have no professional experience in the engineering industry, is that correct?
That's correct. I've never worked as an engineer or worked for an engineering firm.
Do you have any professional experience in the natural gas pipeline construction industry?
No.
Do you have any professional experience with respect to natural gas pipeline operations?
No.
Do you have any professional experience with respect to natural gas pipeline integrity management?
No.
Have you ever been employed by a natural gas distribution utility?
No.
Any natural gas pipeline operator?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for the preparation of a natural gas public utilities accelerated pipeline replacement program?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for the preparation of a natural gas pipeline public utilities integrity management program?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for the design of a natural gas pipeline risk assessment model?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for the implementation of a natural gas pipeline risk assessment model?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for validating or updating a natural gas pipeline risk assessment model?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for implementing a competitive bidding process for a natural gas pipeline risk assessment model?
No.
Have you ever been responsible for comparing the performance of various risk assessment models for a natural gas pipeline operator?
No. Not on behalf of a pipeline operator.
Have you ever been responsible for determining whether a pipeline risk assessment model satisfies PHMSA's pipeline safety requirements?
No.
Whether it complies with PHMSA's best practices?
No.
Do you have any coursework, certifications, or other credentials related to pipeline safety practices?
Objection, Your Honor. Witness Hopkins' resume speaks for itself. He's already identified that he has not worked on behalf of or for a gas utility company.
Respectfully, Your Honor, this witness has called into question the capabilities and validity of a pipeline risk assessment model. The weight of his testimony goes to the ability of the district to actually contest the validity of that model and its capabilities. I'm allowed to inquire about his professional and personal experience that informs his testimony.
I certainly understand the point, and I think you've made the point. If there are maybe one or two other key qualifications you want to ask about, that's fine, but I think you have made your point.
My last question for you, Dr. Hopkins, is if there was additional educational, professional, or personal experience that you had that would have informed your ability to assess the JANA risk assessment model, would you have provided it on either your resume appended to your testimony or described the same within the context of your written testimony in this proceeding?
I do have experience related to bits and aspects of how risk analysis is completed. That are referenced, if not directly, in my resume. For example, experience evaluating Baltimore Gas and Electric's risk assessment. My testimony there is included. The article that I was a lead author on 14 years ago about appliance lifetime relates to use of Weibull distributions for the evaluation of equipment lifetimes, which are, again, skills that I'm drawing on when evaluating the evidence provided about the JANA model. Yes, I did not draw those specific pieces out and draw attention to them, but I am drawing on that experience throughout and using it in the evaluation of WGL's evidence.
I have no further questions for Dr. Hopkins.
Thank you. Presume no other cross-examination, correct?
None from Sierra Club.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, sorry.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I meant to say that no cross.
Oh, no cross. Okay. All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Hopkins, based on your testimony thus far, why did you compare the JANA model to the quote-unquote simplistic model based on age and material of pipe alone?
The purpose of that comparison is to understand to what extent the additional complexity associated with the JANA model is producing materially different results in terms of what WGL might actually be proposing in terms of real projects. The JANA model, is one input into the system, which then runs through various other steps in project selection, and in order to evaluate whether a simpler approach, whether the more complex approach produces materially different results in terms of risk reduction or risk reduction per dollar than a simpler approach would.
How would you characterize the 3% incremental increase in the JANA model use versus the simplistic model that you suggested?
It's not a large difference. The overall shape of the curve of risk distribution, if you reorder based on material and age, is you visually almost are hard to distinguish from the rank ordering of those assets based on the JANA modeling. So the net effect of impact on risk per dollar spent would be quite small.
Thank you. And how did your review of the GIS data change your assessment of WGL's risk assessment model?
So the main thing we got from the understanding from that being able to look through the GIS data was really to understand what the project selection process sort of looks like in practice, and we could be able to look at the projects that WGL had selected and evaluate whether they seem to have been selected well, and whether they're could they have been easily extended to be more cost effective or shrunk to be less cost effective, and then to see whether WGL's if we take a similar approach absent the full set of information, but could we could we validate WGL's claim that they were finding the most cost-effective bundles and working with those. And so we looked to see if the most cost-effective thing we could find that wasn't a WGL bundle, our proposed project, was quite low down on the list, then it would have been evidence that WGL had been doing a good job of prioritizing and taking the top of the list. The fact that we were able to, in the course of a few hours, quickly identify a number of places that seemed like they would be more cost effective than the projects that WGL had selected, really calling into question for me whether WGL's process is actually being executed in the full manner in which it's described.
Following that, why were Class 3 engineering costs not included in your risk ranking analysis?
Doing those analyses would require access to information about the assets that we didn't have access to, and we would of course need an engineer skilled in working with that data, even if we did have it, in order to produce such an estimate.
And then finally, what is your experience evaluating utility risk system data?
I will say I want to say that WGL's provision of access to information and data about its system, and including access to the GIS system here, stands out as a unique and positive transparency step compared with what I've been able to achieve and other intervening parties and commissions have been able to achieve in other similar dockets across the country. So I applaud and thank WGL for figuring out how to be more transparent. That doesn't mean that as non-utility parties have access to all the information that we necessarily ought to, but it does mean that the ability to work with detailed data of this sort has been rare and far between. In the Baltimore Gas and Electric docket rate case from a few years ago, we were able to get OptiMain data on an asset level and work with that data in order to evaluate whether BGE was prioritizing the highest risk assets on its system in its pipeline replacement program, and I've also been able to draw on other skills that I mentioned, as I mentioned, to WGL's counsel regarding comfort working with consequence data from very similar to benefit cost analysis, which I've done a lot, and really being comfortable with probabilistic distributions like Weibull distributions, et cetera. So working with the baseline understanding that I have from other fields and being able to bring it to apply it to this field.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that concludes all witness testimony. So we have a few closing matters. I'm sorry. Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor. Just to go back to that exhibit that was from formal case 1180, I think I misspoke. Said it was identified as DCG-4.
Yes.
It was actually marked as DCG-3. Okay. So I would ask that it be moved into the record as DCG-3.
Okay. No objection, so it's been moved. Thank you. All right. We did not have any outstanding bench requests that must be submitted to the commission. Therefore, the record will close after submissions of the motions to correct the transcript. Those motions to correct the transcript and the final corrected list of cross-examination exhibits are due on December 22nd, 2025. With that, the record will close on December 22nd, 2025. Briefs are due January 14th, 2026. Thank you, everybody, for their patience today through a somewhat unusual hearing. But thank you. And there being nothing further, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.